Hi everyone and welcome back. In the previous unit, we learned regular patterns of changing Korean verbs into polite forms in present tense by adding ayo and oyo. However, there are numerous verbs that don't follow these patterns. So in this unit, we're going to learn irregular patterns of changing Korean verbs into polite forms in present tense. First, in this lesson, we're going to focus on verbs whose stem ends in pi읍 받침. So let's begin. Now, before we start looking at how we change verbs that end in pi읍 받침 into polite forms, one thing to note is that Korean adjectives function like verbs. And for this reason, Korean adjectives are often called descriptive verbs. For example, 예쁘다 means to be pretty. So instead of just meaning pretty, it also includes the meaning of the verb to be. So do keep this in mind as we're going to also include certain descriptive verbs as we look through irregular patterns. Okay, so for verb stems that end in pi읍 받침, we remove the pi읍 받침 and add either 와요 or 워요. However, while there are many verbs where we add 와요, there are only two verbs where we add 와요. One of them is the verb 돕다, which means to help. And with this verb, we remove the pi읍 받침 and then add 와요. So the polite form in the present tense for 돕다 is 도와요. Similarly, 곱다 means to be pretty or to be beautiful. And applying the same rule, we remove the pi읍 받침 and then add 와요. So 곱다 becomes 고와요. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat speaking practice of conjugating the verbs 돕다 and 곱다. Repeat after me.
돕다, 도와요. 돕다, 도와요. 곱다, 고와요. 곱다, 고와요.
That was great, well done. Let's now look at the second rule. For many other verbs that end in pi읍 받침, we remove the pi읍 받침 and then add 워요. For example, the verb 줍다 means to pick up, as in to pick up something off the ground. And with this verb, we remove the pi읍 받침 and then add 워요. So the polite form in present tense for 줍다 is 주워요. Similarly, 굽다 means to grill, and the polite form of 굽다 is 구워요. And 눕다 means to lie, and the polite form of 눕다 is 누워요. Also, 덥다 means to be hot, and the polite form of 덥다 is 더워요. And 고맙다, which means to be thankful, the polite form is 고마워요. Okay, so let's now do a listen and repeat practice of changing these verbs into polite forms. Repeat after me.
줍다, 주워요. 눕다, 누워요. 굽다, 구워요. 덥다, 더워요. 고맙다, 고마워요.
That was great, well done. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that these rules regarding verb stems that end in pi읍 받침 are not absolute rules, as there are many other verbs that end in pi읍 받침 actually follow the regular pattern of conjugation. For example, the verb 잡다 means to grab, and the polite form in present tense for 잡다 is 잡아요. Also, the verb 입다 means to wear, and the polite form in present tense for 입다 is 입어요. So do keep in mind that the rules we have learned in this lesson are not applied to all the verbs that end in pi읍 받침. In this final practice, we're going to do one independent speaking practice, and you have to apply the rules we have learned in today's lesson and change the verbs into polite forms in present tense. Remember that there were two verbs where we remove the 비읍 받침 and then add 와요. For all other verbs, we remove the 비읍 받침 and then add 와요. So if you're ready, let's begin the practice.
돕다, 도와요. 곱다, 고와요. 덥다, 더워요. 눕다, 누워요. 굽다, 구워요. 줍다, 주어요. 고맙다, 고마워요.
Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned how to conjugate verbs whose stem end in 비읍 받침 into polite forms in present tense. In the next lesson, we're going to learn how to conjugate verbs whose stems end in 디귿 or 시옷 받침. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to conjugate verbs whose stems end in 디귿 or 시옷 받침 into polite forms in present tense. Let's begin with verbs whose stems end in 디귿 받침. Similar to 비읍 받침, there are many verbs whose stems end in 디귿 받침 and follow the regular pattern of conjugation. For example, the verb 닫다 means to close, and its polite form in the present tense is 닫아요, 닫아요. Also, the verb 믿다 means to believe, and its polite form in the present tense is 믿어요, 믿어요. However, there are altogether 5 verbs that follow a different pattern. If a verb stem ends in a 디귿 받침, we remove the 디귿 받침 and add a 리을 받침, and then add 아요 or 어요. One verb we add 아요 to is the verb 깨닫다, and 깨닫다 means to realize. And the reason why we add 아요 to 깨닫다 is because its verb stem ends in the vowel 아. So we remove the 디귿 받침, add 리을 받침, and then add 아요. So the polite form in the present tense for 깨닫다 is 깨달아요, 깨달아요. However, for all other verbs, we add 어요 because the verb stems end in vowels other than 오 or 아. So 걷다 to walk becomes 걸어요, 걸어요. 듣다 to listen is 들어요, 들어요. 묻다 to ask becomes 물어요, 물어요. And 씻다 to load is 싫어요, 싫어요. So aside from the verb 깨닫다, for all other verbs, we add 어요 to the verb stem. Okay, so let's now do a listen and repeat practice of changing these verbs into polite forms in present tense. Repeat after me.
깨닫다, 깨달아요. 걷다, 걸어요. 듣다, 들어요. 묻다, 물어요. 씻다, 싫어요.
Excellent job, well done. Let's now look at how we conjugate verbs whose stems end in 시옷 받침. Similar to verbs whose stems end in 비읍 and 디귿 받침, there are many verbs whose stems end in 시옷 받침 that follow the regular pattern of conjugation. So the verb 웃다, which means to laugh, changes to 웃어요, 웃어요, and the verb 벗다, which means to take off clothes, changes to 벗어요, 벗어요. However, there are altogether 6 verbs that follow a different pattern of conjugation. If a verb stem ends in 시옷 받침, we remove the 시옷 받침 and add 아요 or 어요. And there is only one verb where we add 아요, and that's the verb 낫다, which means to get better or to be cured. And the reason why we add 아요 to the verb 낫다 is because the verb stem ends in the vowel 아. So the polite form in the present tense for 낫다 is 나아요, 나아요. For all other verbs, we add 어요 because the verb stems end in vowels other than 오 or 아. So the verb 짓다, which means to build, changes to 지어요, 지어요. 긋다, to draw a line, changes to 그어요, 그어요. 잇다, to join, changes to 이어요, 이어요. 붓다, to pour, becomes 부어요, 부어요. And 젓다, to stir, becomes 저어요, 저어요. So aside from the verb 낫다, for all other verbs, we add 어요 to the verb stem. Okay, so let's now do a listen and repeat practice of changing these verbs into polite forms in present tense. Repeat after me.
낫다, 나아요. 짓다, 지어요. 긋다, 그어요. 잇다, 이어요. 붓다, 부어요. 젓다, 저어요.
Fantastic job, well done. Let's now move on to the independent practice. In this practice, we're going to do one independent practice of changing verbs whose stems end in 디귿 and 시읒 받침 into polite forms in present tense. Remember that with verbs that end in 디귿 받침, we remove the 디귿 받침, add 리을 받침, and then add 아요 or 어요. And the only verb where we add 아요 to is the verb 깨닫다, which means to realize. For verb stems that end in 시옷 받침, we remove the 시옷 받침 and then add 아요 or 어요. And the only verb where we add 아요 to is the verb 낫다, which means to get better. Okay, so with that in mind, let's begin the practice.
걷다, 걸어요. 깨닫다, 깨달아요. 듣다, 들어요. 묻다, 물어요. 짓다, 지어요. 붓다, 부어요. 낫다, 나아요. 졌다, 저어요.
Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned how to change verbs whose stems end in 디귿 or 시옷 받침 into polite forms in present tense. In the next lesson, we're going to review what we learned over the last two lessons on changing verbs whose stems end in 비읍, 디귿 or 시옷 받침 into polite forms in present tense. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to review what we learned over the last two lessons on irregular patterns of conjugation for verbs whose stems end in 비읍, 디귿 and 시옷 받침. So let's begin. First, we learned that if a verb ends in a 비읍 받침, we remove the 비읍 받침 and then add 와요 or 워요. And there are two verbs where we add 와요 to, and these were the verbs 돕다 and 곱다. For all other verbs, we add 워요. However, as mentioned in the lesson, there are verbs that end in 비읍 받침 that follow the regular pattern of conjugation, such as the verbs 입다 and 잡다. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of applying these rules.
돕다, 도와요. 곱다, 고와요. 줍다, 주어요. 눕다, 누워요. 춥다, 추워요. 맵다, 매워요.
That was great, well done. Let's now do an independent speaking practice. And I'd like you to change the verbs on the screen into polite forms in present tense by applying the rules correctly. So if you're ready, let's begin the practice.
눕다, 누워요. 덥다, 더워요. 춥다, 추워요. 고맙다, 고마워요. 춥다, 추워요. 곱다, 고와요.
Excellent efforts, well done. Let's now look at verbs whose stems end in tiget or 시옷 받침. In the previous lesson, we learned that if a verb stem ends in a tiget 받침, we remove the tiget 받침, add 리을 받침, and then add 아요 or 어요. And the only verb where we add 아요 to is the verb 깨닫다, which means to realize. For verb stems ending in 시옷 받침, we remove the 시옷 받침 and then add 아요 or 어요. And the only verb where we add 아요 to is the verb 낫다, which means to get better or to be cured. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of applying these rules.
묻다, 물어요. 듣다, 들어요. 깨닫다, 깨달아요. 낫다, 나아요. 짓다, 지어요. 붓다, 부어요.
That was great, well done. Let's now do an independent speaking practice. Have a go at changing the verbs on the screen into polite forms in present tense, and afterwards you can listen to me and check to see whether you changed the verbs correctly. If you're ready, let's begin.
깨닫다, 깨달아요. 걷다, 걸어요. 묻다, 물어요. 붓다, 부어요. 낫다, 나아요. 졌다, 져요.
Excellent job today, well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we reviewed how we conjugate verbs whose stems end in 비읍, 디귿, or 시옷 받침 into polite forms in present tense. In the next lesson, we're going to learn how to conjugate verbs whose stems end in the vowel 으 into polite form in the present tense. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn the irregular verbs whose stem ends in the vowel 으 with no 받침. So let's begin. Okay, so first, if a verb stem has a single syllable and ends in the vowel we remove the vowel and add 어요. So the verb 쓰다 means to use or to write. And to change this into polite form in the present tense, we remove the vowel and then add 어요. So the polite form in the present tense for the verb 쓰다 is 써요, 써요. Let's take a look at a few more examples. The verb 끄다 means to turn off, and its polite form is 꺼요, 꺼요. And the descriptive verb 크다 means to be big, and its polite form is 커요, 커요. And lastly, the verb 뜨다 means to open one's eyes, and its polite form is 떠요, 떠요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do a listen and repeat practice of changing these verbs into polite forms.
쓰다, 써요. 끄다, 꺼요. 크다, 커요. 뜨다, 떠요.
Excellent job, well done. Let's now take a look at the second rule. Now, second pattern is for when the verb stem has two or more syllables. And how we conjugate these verbs depends on how the syllable before the last syllable is formed. If syllable before the last one in the verb stem uses vowels o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 아요. So this pattern is kind of related to the regular pattern of adding 아요 to verb stems that end in the vowels o or a. For example, the verb 아프다 means to be hurting or to hurt. And as you can see, the syllable before the last one uses the vowel a. So we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 아요. So the polite form of the verb 아프다 is 아파요, 아파요. Here's another example. The verb 모으다 means to save or to collect. And as you can see again, the syllable before the final syllable in the verb stem uses the vowel o. So again, we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 아요. So the polite form of the verb 모으다 is 모아요, 모아요. Let's take a look at a few more examples. The descriptive verb 바쁘다 means to be busy, and its polite form is 바빠요, 바빠요. The verb 잠그다 means to lock, and the polite form is 잠가요, 잠가요. And lastly, 고프다 means to be hungry, and it's often used with the noun 배, which means stomach, and we form 배고프다. And the polite form of 배고프다 is 배고파요, 배고파요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do a listen and repeat practice of changing these verbs into polite forms.
아프다, 아파요. 바쁘다, 바빠요. 잠그다, 잠가요. 모으다, 모아요. 배고프다, 배고파요.
Fantastic job, well done. Let's now move on to the final practice. In this final practice, we're going to do one independent practice, and you have to apply the rules we have learned in this lesson and change the verbs you see on the screen into polite forms in present tense. And today we learned two patterns of changing verbs whose stems end in the vowel into polite forms in the present tense. First, if the verb stem has a single syllable, then we remove the vowel and then add 어요. Second, if the verb stem has two or more syllables, then if the syllable before the last one uses the vowels o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 아요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do the independent speaking practice.
끄다, 꺼요. 뜨다, 떠요. 크다, 커요. 바쁘다, 바빠요. 배고프다, 배고파요. 아프다, 아파요. 잠그다, 잠가요. 모으다, 모아요.
Great job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned two patterns of changing verbs whose stems end in the vowel into polite forms in the present tense. In the next lesson, we're going to learn another pattern of changing vowels whose stem ends in the vowel and we're also going to learn how to change verbs whose stem ends in the syllable l into polite forms in present tense. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn another pattern of changing verbs whose stem ends in the vowel into polite form in present tense. And we're also going to learn how to change verbs that end in the syllable l into polite form in present tense. Let's begin. Okay, so as we learned in the previous lesson, if a verb stem has two or more syllables and the syllable before the last one uses the vowels o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable of the verb stem and then add ayo. Well, the first rule that we're going to cover in this lesson is that if the verb stem has two or more syllables and the syllable before the last one uses vowels other than o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 어요. For example, the descriptive verb 예쁘다 means to be pretty, and the syllable before the last one uses a vowel other than o or a. So we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 어요. So 예쁘다 becomes 예뻐요. 예뻐요. Let's take a look at a few more examples. 기쁘다 means to be pleased, and the polite form of 기쁘다 is 기뻐요, 기뻐요. 애쓰다 is to try hard, and the polite form of 애쓰다 is 애써요, 애써요. And lastly, the descriptive verb 슬프다 means to be sad, and the polite form is 슬퍼요, 슬퍼요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of changing these verbs into polite forms.
예쁘다, 예뻐요. 기쁘다, 기뻐요. 애쓰다, 애써요. 슬프다, 슬퍼요.
Fantastic job. Well done. Okay, so let's now consider verb stems that end in the syllable l. If a verb stem ends in the syllable l, depending on whether the syllable before the last one uses vowels o or a, we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem, add 리을 받침 to the syllable before, and then add 아요 or 어요. And as before, we add 아요 if the syllable before the last one uses vowels o or a. If not, then we add 어요. For example, the verb 모르다 means to not know. And in this verb, the syllable before the last one uses the vowel o. So we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem, add 리을 받침 to the syllable before the last one, and then add 아요. So the polite form of the verb 모르다 is 몰라요, 몰라요. To give you another example, the verb 구르다 means to roll, as in to roll a ball. And in this verb, the syllable before the last syllable in the verb stem uses a vowel other than o or a. So we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem, add 리을 받침 to the syllable before, and then add 어요. So the polite form of 구르다 is 굴러요, 굴러요. Let's take a look at a few more examples. The verb 고르다 means to choose, and the polite form is 골라요, 골라요. And the verb 나르다 means to carry, as in to carry something to somewhere. And the polite form of 나르다 is 날라요, 날라요. On the other hand, the verb 누르다 means to press, and the polite form is 눌러요, 눌러요. And the verb 기르다 means to bring up, and the polite form is 길러요, 길러요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of changing verbs whose stems end in the syllable l into polite forms in present tense. Repeat after me.
모르다, 몰라요. 고르다, 골라요. 나르다, 날라요. 구르다, 굴러요. 누르다, 눌러요. 기르다, 길러요.
Excellent job, well done. In this final practice, we're going to do one independent practice, and you have to apply the rules we have learned in this lesson and change the verbs you see on the screen into polite forms in present tense. First, we learned that if a verb stem has two or more syllables and the syllable before the last one uses a vowel other than o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add 어요. For verb stems that end in the syllable l, depending on whether the syllable before the last one in the verb stem uses vowels o or a, we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem, add 리을 받침 to the syllable before, and then add 아요 or 어요. Okay, so with all that in mind, if you're ready, let's begin the practice.
애쓰다, 애써요. 예쁘다, 예뻐요. 기쁘다, 기뻐요. 자르다, 잘라요. 모르다, 몰라요. 나르다, 날라요. 다르다, 달라요. 구르다, 굴러요. 누르다, 눌러요.
Fantastic effort today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we looked at another way of changing verbs whose stem ends in the vowel into polite form in present tense. And we also learned how to change verbs whose stem ends in the syllable l into polite forms in present tense. In the next lesson, we're going to learn how to change verbs whose stem ends in the consonant hier into polite forms in present tense. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn the irregular pattern of changing verbs whose stem ends in the consonant hier into polite forms in present tense. Let's begin. First of all, generally there aren't that many verbs that end in hier 받침. However, there are various descriptive verbs that end in hier 받침. And when we change these verbs, we remove the hier 받침 and then add 이요. For example, the descriptive verb 이렇다, 이렇다 means to be like this. And when we change this into polite form, we remove the hier 받침 and then add 이요. And this forms 이래요, 이래요. And generally, when verb stems that end in hi읍 받침 change into polite forms, they end in 에요. However, there is one exception to this rule, and that's the descriptive verb 하얗다, which means to be white. If we change 하얗다 into polite form, we remove the hi읍 받침 and then add 이요. And this forms 하예요. So this verb ends in 예요. And the reason for this is because in 하얗다, the verb stem ends in the Y glide 야. So when we add 이요, it forms 예요 rather than 에요. So do keep that in mind. Let's take a look at a few more examples. The verb 저렇다 means to be like that. And its polite form is 저래요. 어떻다 means to be in a certain state. And its polite form is 어때요. And 노랗다 means to be yellow, and its polite form is 노래요. And lastly, 파랗다 means to be blue, and its polite form is 파래요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of changing verbs whose stem ends in the consonant 히읗 into polite forms in present tense. Repeat after me.
이렇다, 이래요. 저렇다, 저래요. 어떻다, 어때요. 하얗다, 하얘요. 노랗다, 노래요. 파랗다, 파래요.
Great effort, well done. Now, before we move on to the final practice, similar to some of the other patterns we have learned, this rule regarding verb stems that end in 히읗 받침 is not an absolute rule, as there are various verbs that end in 히읗 받침 that follow the regular rules of conjugation, such as 좋다, which means to be good, and it changes to 좋아요. And also the verb 놓다, which means to put down, and this changes to 놓아요. So do keep that in mind. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do one independent practice of applying the rules we have learned in this lesson and changing the verbs on the screen into polite form in present tense. And today we learn one pattern where if a verb stem ends in a consonant 히읗, we remove the 히읗 and then add 이요. And generally this results in forming the verb ending 에요, but for the descriptive verb 하얗다, it results in forming 예요. Okay, so with that in mind, if you're ready, let's begin the practice.
저렇다, 저래요. 그렇다, 그래요. 이렇다, 이래요. 하얗다, 하얘요. 빨갛다, 빨개요. 노랗다, 노래요.
Fantastic job, well done. Okay, so today we learn how to conjugate verbs whose stem ends in the consonant 히읗 into polite form in present tense. That's it for all the irregular verb patterns, and in the next lesson we're going to review what we learned over the last 3 lessons. See you then, bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to review what we learned over the last 3 lessons on changing verbs whose stem ends in the vowel 으, the syllable l, and 히읗 받침 into polite forms in present tense. Let's begin. 3 lessons ago, we learned 3 patterns of changing verbs whose stem ends in the vowel 으 into polite form in present tense. First, if a verb stem has only one syllable and ends in the vowel 으, we remove the vowel 으 and then add 어요. Second, if a verb stem has two or more syllables and the syllable before the last one uses vowels o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add ayo. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of verbs that follow these patterns.
끄다, 꺼요. 뜨다, 떠요. 크다, 커요. 바쁘다, 바빠요. 배고프다, 배고파요. 잠그다, 잠가요.
That was great, well done. Let's now do an independent speaking practice. This time, I'd like you to change the verbs you see on the screen into polite forms in present tense appropriately. If you're ready, let's begin the practice.
쓰다, 써요. 끄다, 꺼요. 뜨다, 떠요. 아프다, 아파요. 모으다, 모아요. 바쁘다, 바빠요.
That was excellent, well done. Two lessons ago, we learned another way of changing verbs whose stem ends in the vowel into polite form in present tense. And we also learned how to change verbs whose stem ends in the syllable l into polite form in present tense. First, if a verb stem has two or more syllables and the syllable before the last one uses a vowel other than o or a, then we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem and then add oyo. Second, if a verb stem ends in the syllable l, then depending on whether the syllable before the last one uses vowels o or a, we remove the vowel in the final syllable in the verb stem, add li을 받침 to the syllable before, and then add either ayo or ayo. Okay, so with these patterns in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of verbs that change in these ways.
애쓰다, 애써요. 예쁘다, 예뻐요. 기쁘다, 기뻐요. 자르다, 잘라요. 모르다, 몰라요. 구르다, 굴러요.
Great job, well done. Let's now do an independent speaking practice, and same as before, I'd like you to change the verbs you see on the screen into polite forms in present tense appropriately. If you're ready, let's begin the practice.
기쁘다, 기뻐요. 슬프다, 슬퍼요. 예쁘다, 예뻐요. 고르다, 골라요. 나르다, 날라요. 기르다, 길러요.
That was excellent, well done. Okay, so in the previous lesson, we learned how to change verbs whose stem ends in the consonant hier into polite form in present tense. And for these verbs, we remove the hier 받침, add io, and this results in forming 에요. However, one exception was the descriptive verb 하얗다, and this changes to 하얘요. And this is because the verb stem of hayata ends in the y-glide vowel ya. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of changing verbs that end in 히읗 받침 into polite forms in present tense.
저렇다, 저래요. 그렇다, 그래요. 이렇다, 이래요. 하얗다, 하얘요. 빨갛다, 빨개요. 노랗다, 노래요.
Great job, well done. Let's now do an independent speaking practice, and same as before, I'd like you to change the verbs you see on the screen into polite forms in present tense appropriately. If you're ready, let's begin.
이렇다, 이래요. 저렇다, 저래요. 어떻다, 어때요. 하얗다, 하얘요. 노랗다, 노래요. 파랗다, 파래요.
Fantastic effort today, well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we reviewed how we change verbs that end in the vowel syllable l, and 히읗 받침 into polite forms in present tense. And that's it for this unit on learning irregular verb conjugation patterns.
Hi everyone, over the next several lessons, we're going to put into practice what we learned on verb conjugation patterns and the use of object particles to practice formulating sentences. So we'll go over what we learned on using object particles 을 to mark the object of the verb, and how we conjugate verbs into polite forms by adding 아요 and 어요, and how we conjugate irregular verbs into polite forms. And because the most common language form we use in everyday use is the polite form, we're going to focus on forming sentences with the polite verb ending and not practice the formal and casual forms. Now, one other thing to point out is that because we're going to practice forming sentences with a lot of different words, you're naturally going to come across many new words. So before you take each practice lesson, please download the vocabulary list from the resources section for each lesson and have a quick look through the words you're going to see in the lesson. It's absolutely not necessary for you to memorize all the words, but just have a quick read through and familiarize yourself with the words you will see in each lesson. The first couple of lessons have pretty long lists, but as the lessons go on, we do reuse many of the words again. So the list will get shorter with each lesson. Okay, so that's it for this lesson on the introduction of this unit. And the next lesson is the first sentence formulation practice lesson. Hi everyone, in this unit we're going to put into practice what we learned on using object particles and verb conjugation patterns on adding 아요, 어요 to form Korean sentences. And in this first lesson, we're going to focus on using verbs we add 아요 to. And if you recall, there were three key patterns. First, if a verb stem ends in the vowels 오 or 아 with 받침, we add 아요. Second, if a verb stem ends in the vowel 아 with no 받침, we just add 요. Lastly, if the verb stem ends in the vowel 오 with no 받침, we add 아요. And there are going to be three practices. The first is a guided practice, and all you have to do is conjugate the verb correctly and form the full sentence. In the second practice, you will practice the exact same sentences, but as well as conjugating the verbs, you also have to use appropriate object particles. Lastly, the third practice is the same as the second practice, as you have to use the correct object particle and conjugate the verbs correctly. However, the sentences will have different subjects and objects, but use the same verbs. Okay, so let's go into the first practice. In this practice, you will see standard sentences with a subject, an object of the verb, and a verb like this. 저는 친구를 만나다. I meet a friend. 저는 친구를 만나다. And as you can see, the subject uses the topic particle. We use the object particle with the object of the verb. And the verb is in its infinitive form, 만나다. And all you have to do is focus on conjugating the verbs into their polite forms by adding 아요 appropriately. So with this sentence, we need to conjugate the verb and say 저는 친구를 만나요. 저는 친구를 만나요. Now, there are altogether 10 sentences, so if you're ready, let's begin with the first one. 선생님은 지갑을 찾아요. 선생님은 지갑을 찾아요. 저는 TV를 봐요. 저는 TV를 봐요. 수지는 옷을 사요. 수지는 옷을 사요. 민수는 차를 타요. 민수는 차를 타요. 이 가게는 가방을 팔아요. 이 가게는 가방을 팔아요. 군인은 총을 쏴요. 군인은 총을 쏴요. 엄마는 문을 닫아요. 엄마는 문을 닫아요. 저는 시계를 차요. 저는 시계를 차요. 엄마는 김치를 볶아요. 엄마는 김치를 볶아요. 손님은 가격을 물어봐요. 손님은 가격을 물어봐요. Excellent job. Well done. Okay, so in this second practice, we're going to practice the same sentences, but as well as conjugating the verbs, you also have to use the correct object particle. So you need to use the particle 를 if the object doesn't end in 받침, but if the object does end in 받침, we use 을. So if you see a sentence like this, you need to say 저는 친구를 만나요. So you add the particle 를 and conjugate the verb 만나다 to 만나요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's practice forming the same sentences. 엄마는 김치를 볶아요. 엄마는 김치를 볶아요. 손님은 가격을 물어봐요. 손님은 가격을 물어봐요. 저는 TV를 봐요. 저는 TV를 봐요. 저는 시계를 차요. 저는 시계를 차요. 선생님은 지갑을 찾아요. 선생님은 지갑을 찾아요. 수지는 옷을 사요. 수지는 옷을 사요. 민수는 차를 타요. 민수는 차를 타요. 이 가게는 가방을 팔아요. 이 가게는 가방을 팔아요. 군인은 총을 쏴요. 군인은 총을 쏴요. 엄마는 문을 닫아요. 엄마는 문을 닫아요. Excellent efforts. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to continue practice sentences that use the same verb we have seen in the two previous practices, but the sentences will use different subjects and objects. And same as the second practice, I'd like you to say the full sentence by using appropriate object particles, 을 and 를, and also conjugate the verbs into their polite forms by adding 아요 appropriately. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin the practice. 이 서점은 지도를 팔아요. 이 서점은 지도를 팔아요. 수지는 기차를 타요. 수지는 기차를 타요. 학생은 질문을 물어봐요. 학생은 질문을 물어봐요. 선생님은 창문을 닫아요. 선생님은 창문을 닫아요. 언니는 팔찌를 차요. 언니는 팔찌를 차요. 종업원은 카드를 찾아요. 종업원은 카드를 찾아요. 선수는 화살을 쏴요. 선수는 화살을 쏴요. 아빠는 햄을 볶아요. 아빠는 햄을 볶아요. 민수는 신발을 사요. 민수는 신발을 사요. 저는 영화를 봐요. 저는 영화를 봐요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this first practice lesson of this unit, we practiced forming sentences using verbs that change into polite forms by adding 아요. In the next lesson, we will look at verbs that change into polite forms by adding 어요. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to continue with sentence forming practice using the verb patterns we learned previously on 아요 and 어요. And in this lesson, we're going to focus on using verbs we add 어요 to. And there were three key patterns. First, if a verb stem ends in vowels other than 오 or 아 with 받침, we add 어요. Second, if a verb stem ends in the vowels 에, 어 or 여 with no 받침, we just add 요. Lastly, if the verb stem ends in the vowel 우 with no 받침, we add 어요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go into the first practice. In this first practice, same as the previous lesson, we're going to practice forming sentences that have a subject, object, and a verb. And in the first practice, the focus is on conjugating the verbs into their polite forms by adding 어요 appropriately and completing the sentences. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin the practice. 학생들은 빵을 먹어요. 학생들은 빵을 먹어요. 저는 불을 켜요. 저는 불을 켜요. 민수는 영어를 배워요. 민수는 영어를 배워요. 종업원은 돈을 세요. 종업원은 돈을 세요. 선생님은 강아지를 키워요. 선생님은 강아지를 키워요. 형은 사진을 찍어요. 형은 사진을 찍어요. 저는 무게를 재요. 저는 무게를 재요. 언니는 책을 읽어요. 언니는 책을 읽어요. 삼촌은 선물을 줘요. 삼촌은 선물을 줘요. 선생님은 책을 펴요. 선생님은 책을 펴요. Great job, well done. In the second practice, same as the previous lesson, we're going to practice the same sentences, but as well as conjugating the verbs correctly, you also need to use appropriate object particles. Remember that we use 를 if the object doesn't end in 받침, but if it does, then we use 을. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 저는 무게를 재요. 저는 무게를 재요. 선생님은 책을 펴요. 선생님은 책을 펴요. 종업원은 돈을 세요. 종업원은 돈을 세요. 언니는 책을 읽어요. 언니는 책을 읽어요. 선생님은 강아지를 키워요. 선생님은 강아지를 키워요. 저는 불을 켜요. 저는 불을 켜요. 형은 사진을 찍어요. 형은 사진을 찍어요. 삼촌은 선물을 줘요. 삼촌은 선물을 줘요. 학생들은 빵을 먹어요. 학생들은 빵을 먹어요. 민수는 영어를 배워요. 민수는 영어를 배워요. Great job again. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice in this lesson, and same as the previous lesson, you will practice new sentences, but will practice the same verbs. So same as before, I'd like you to say the full sentence by adding appropriate object particles and conjugate the verbs correctly. Let's begin the practice. 진수는 고양이를 키워요. 진수는 고양이를 키워요. 아이들은 피자를 먹어요. 아이들은 피자를 먹어요. 아빠는 돈을 줘요. 아빠는 돈을 줘요. 오빠는 신문을 펴요. 오빠는 신문을 펴요. 삼촌은 종이를 세요. 삼촌은 종이를 세요. 저는 졸업사진을 찍어요. 저는 졸업사진을 찍어요. 수지는 키를 재요. 수지는 키를 재요. 엄마는 편지를 읽어요. 엄마는 편지를 읽어요. 저는 중국어를 배워요. 저는 중국어를 배워요. 미나는 라이터를 켜요. 미나는 라이터를 켜요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, today we practice forming sentences using verbs that change into polite forms by adding 어요. In the next lesson, we will practice forming sentences with verbs whose stems end in 이 and 하다. See you soon again. Bye bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to practice forming sentences using verbs whose stem ends in the vowel 이 and 하다. And these verbs change into polite forms in the following ways. First, if a verb stem ends in the vowel 이 changes to 여 and then we add 요. Second, if a verb stem ends in 하다, then 하다 changes to 해요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go into the first practice. Okay, so same as before, in the first practice, your focus is on conjugating the verbs appropriately. Okay, so this time, let's go straight into the first practice. 저는 맥주를 마셔요. 저는 맥주를 마셔요. 형은 동생을 때려요. 형은 동생을 때려요. 민수는 집을 청소해요. 민수는 집을 청소해요. 저는 책을 좋아해요. 저는 책을 좋아해요. 민수는 저를 말려요. 민수는 저를 말려요. 선생님은 학생을 기억해요. 선생님은 학생을 기억해요. 미나는 차를 운전해요. 미나는 차를 운전해요. 형은 엄마를 기다려요. 형은 엄마를 기다려요. Great effort. Well done. In the second practice, same as before, you will need to use appropriate object particles and also conjugate the verbs to complete the sentences. And to reiterate, remember that we use the object particle 를 if the object doesn't end in 받침, but if it does end in 받침, then we use the particle 을. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start the practice. 저는 책을 좋아해요. 저는 책을 좋아해요. 형은 엄마를 기다려요. 형은 엄마를 기다려요. 미나는 차를 운전해요. 미나는 차를 운전해요. 민수는 저를 말려요. 민수는 저를 말려요. 형은 동생을 때려요. 형은 동생을 때려요. 선생님은 학생을 기억해요. 선생님은 학생을 기억해요. 저는 맥주를 마셔요. 저는 맥주를 마셔요. 민수는 집을 청소해요. 민수는 집을 청소해요. Excellent job, well done. Okay, so this is the final practice, and same as in the previous lesson, you will practice new sentences, but the verbs will remain the same. So to complete the sentences, you need to use appropriate object particles and conjugate the verbs appropriately. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 수지는 방을 청소해요. 수지는 방을 청소해요. 저는 여자친구를 기다려요. 저는 여자친구를 기다려요. 삼촌은 트럭을 운전해요. 삼촌은 트럭을 운전해요. 엄마는 영화를 좋아해요. 엄마는 영화를 좋아해요. 미나는 동생을 말려요. 미나는 동생을 말려요. 아빠는 커피를 마셔요. 아빠는 커피를 마셔요. 저는 선생님을 기억해요. 저는 선생님을 기억해요. 언니는 저를 때려요. 언니는 저를 때려요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we practiced forming sentences using verbs whose stem ends in the vowel E and hada. In the next lesson, we will practice forming sentences with irregular verbs whose stem ends in consonants pi읍, 디귿, and 시옷. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we will continue with the practice of forming sentences using the verb patterns we learned previously. And in this lesson we're going to focus on using irregular verbs whose stem ends in the consonants pi읍, 디귿, and 시옷. Now each of these verbs follow a specific pattern to change them into polite forms in the present tense. First, if a verb stem ends in 비읍 받침, we remove the 비읍 받침 and add 와요 or 워요. We add 와요 to 돕다 and 곱다 and add 워요 to all other verbs. Second, if a verb stem ends in 디귿 받침, we remove the 받침 and add 리을 받침 and then add 아요 or 어요. And we only add 아요 to the verb 깨닫다 and add 어요 to all other verbs. Lastly, if the verb stem ends in 시옷 받침, we remove the 시옷 받침 and add 아요 or 어요. There is only one verb we add 아요 to, and that is 낫다. For all other verbs, we add 어요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's begin the first practice. In this practice, same as the previous lessons, you need to say the full sentence by conjugating the verbs appropriately. And from this lesson, instead of using topic particles 은는, we will use subject particles 이가. So do keep that in mind. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. 학생이 의미를 깨달아요. 학생이 의미를 깨달아요. 마술사가 끈을 이어요. 마술사가 끈을 이어요. 제가 형을 도와요. 제가 형을 도와요. 종업원이 물을 부어요. 종업원이 물을 부어요. 미나가 음악을 들어요. 미나가 음악을 들어요. 요리사가 고기를 구워요. 요리사가 고기를 구워요. 학생이 방법을 물어요. 학생이 방법을 물어요. 엄마가 커피를 저어요. 엄마가 커피를 저어요. 아이가 돈을 주어요. 아이가 돈을 주어요. 아버지가 물건을 실어요. 아버지가 물건을 실어요. That was excellent. Well done. In this second practice, same as the previous lesson, you need to conjugate the verbs into their polite forms and also use appropriate object particles. And remember that we use 를 if the object doesn't end in 받침. But if the object ends in 받침, we use 을. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 요리사가 고기를 구워요. 요리사가 고기를 구워요. 엄마가 커피를 저어요. 엄마가 커피를 저어요. 제가 형을 도와요. 제가 형을 도와요. 학생이 의미를 깨달아요. 학생이 의미를 깨달아요. 마술사가 끈을 이어요. 마술사가 끈을 이어요. 아버지가 물건을 실어요. 아버지가 물건을 실어요. 종업원이 물을 부어요. 종업원이 물을 부어요. 미나가 음악을 들어요. 미나가 음악을 들어요. 학생이 방법을 물어요. 학생이 방법을 물어요. 아이가 돈을 주어요. 아이가 돈을 주어요. That was excellent again. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice in this lesson, and same as before, you will practice new sentences but use the same verbs. And as before, I'd like you to say the full sentence by adding object particles and conjugating the verbs appropriately. Okay, let's start the practice. 기술자가 파이프를 이어요. 기술자가 파이프를 이어요. 선생님이 라디오를 들어요. 선생님이 라디오를 들어요. 진수가 차를 저어요. 진수가 차를 저어요. 민수가 실수를 깨달아요. 민수가 실수를 깨달아요. 학생이 안경을 주어요. 학생이 안경을 주어요. 엄마가 생선을 구워요. 엄마가 생선을 구워요. 직원이 가방을 실어요. 직원이 가방을 실어요. 언니가 맥주를 부어요. 언니가 맥주를 부어요. 아이가 길을 물어요. 아이가 길을 물어요. 형이 아빠를 도와요. 형이 아빠를 도와요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we practice forming sentences using irregular verbs that end in consonants pi읍, 디귿, and 시옷. In the next lesson, we will practice forming sentences with irregular verbs whose stem end in the vowel 으. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to practice forming sentences with irregular verbs that end in the vowel 으. And there are three key conjugation patterns. First, if a verb stem has a single syllable and ends in the vowel 으, then we change 으 to 어요. Second, if a verb stem has two or more syllables and ends in the vowel 으, then if the syllable before the last ends in vowels 오 or 아, we remove 으 and we add 아요. Lastly, if a verb stem has two or more syllables and ends in the vowel 으, then if the syllable before the last ends in vowels other than 오 or 아, we remove 으 and then add 어요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go to the first practice. Okay, so this is the same practice as before. You need to complete the sentences by conjugating the verbs or descriptive verbs appropriately. If the sentence uses descriptive verbs, there will not be an object. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. 자동차가 커요. 자동차가 커요. 제가 기뻐요. 제가 기뻐요. 아기가 눈을 떠요. 아기가 눈을 떠요. 인형이 예뻐요. 인형이 예뻐요. 학생이 돈을 모아요. 학생이 돈을 모아요. 팔이 아파요. 팔이 아파요. 제가 슬퍼요. 제가 슬퍼요. 선생님이 컴퓨터를 꺼요. 선생님이 컴퓨터를 꺼요. 요리사가 바빠요. 요리사가 바빠요. 직원이 문을 잠가요. 직원이 문을 잠가요. Excellent efforts. Well done. In this second practice, same as the practices from the previous lessons, you need to conjugate the verbs into their polite forms, and if the sentence has an object, please also use appropriate object particles. Okay, so let's begin the second practice. 팔이 아파요. 팔이 아파요. 자동차가 커요. 자동차가 커요. 직원이 문을 잠가요. 직원이 문을 잠가요. 아기가 눈을 떠요. 아기가 눈을 떠요. 요리사가 바빠요. 요리사가 바빠요. 학생이 돈을 모아요. 학생이 돈을 모아요. 제가 슬퍼요. 제가 슬퍼요. 제가 기뻐요. 제가 기뻐요. 선생님이 컴퓨터를 꺼요. 선생님이 컴퓨터를 꺼요. 인형이 예뻐요. 인형이 예뻐요. Excellent job again. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice in this lesson, and as always, we will practice different sentences but use the same verbs and descriptive verbs. And as before, if the sentence has an object, please use appropriate object particles. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start the practice. 우리가 기뻐요. 우리가 기뻐요. 학생이 불을 꺼요. 학생이 불을 꺼요. 엄마가 차를 잠가요. 엄마가 차를 잠가요. 강아지가 예뻐요. 강아지가 예뻐요. 아빠가 바빠요. 아빠가 바빠요. 다리가 아파요. 다리가 아파요. 친구가 우표를 모아요. 친구가 우표를 모아요. 우리가 슬퍼요. 우리가 슬퍼요. 누나가 눈을 떠요. 누나가 눈을 떠요. 집이 커요. 집이 커요. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we practiced forming sentences using verbs that end in the vowel U. In the next lesson, we will practice forming sentences with irregular verbs whose stem end in the syllable L and 히읗 받침. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to practice forming sentences with verbs that end in the syllable l and 히읗 받침. And there are three key conjugation patterns. First, for verbs that end in syllable l, if the syllable before l end in vowels o or a, we add 리을 받침 to the syllable before last, remove the vowel in the final syllable of the verb stem, and then add 아요. However, if the syllable before the last one ends in a vowel other than o or a, then we follow the same process but add 어요 to the verb stem. Lastly, if a verb stem ends in 히읗 받침, we remove the 히읗 받침, remove the vowel and add 에요. The only verb where we add 예요 is the descriptive verb 하얗다. And this is because the verb stem ends in the Y glide vowel 야. Okay, so with that in mind, let's move on to the first practice. Okay, so just as we have done in the other lessons, in this first practice, you have to complete the sentences by conjugating the verbs appropriately in their polite forms. Let's begin the practice. 선생님이 정답을 몰라요. 선생님이 정답을 몰라요. 모자가 빨개요. 모자가 빨개요. 제가 바지를 골라요. 제가 바지를 골라요. 음식이 이래요. 음식이 이래요. 비둘기가 날라요. 비둘기가 날라요. 공이 굴러요. 공이 굴러요. 날씨가 그래요. 날씨가 그래요. 아이가 버튼을 눌러요. 아이가 버튼을 눌러요. 가방이 하얘요. 가방이 하얘요. 할머니가 고양이를 길러요. 할머니가 고양이를 길러요. Excellent job, well done. In this second practice, same as the practices from the previous lesson, you need to conjugate the verbs into their polite forms and also use appropriate object particles if the sentence has an object. Okay, so let's begin the second practice. 공이 굴러요. 공이 굴러요. 음식이 이래요. 음식이 이래요. 아이가 버튼을 눌러요. 아이가 버튼을 눌러요. 가방이 하얘요. 가방이 하얘요. 비둘기가 날라요. 비둘기가 날라요. 선생님이 정답을 몰라요. 선생님이 정답을 몰라요. 할머니가 고양이를 길러요. 할머니가 고양이를 길러요. 날씨가 그래요. 날씨가 그래요. 모자가 빨개요. 모자가 빨개요. 제가 바지를 골라요. 제가 바지를 골라요. That was great again. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice in this lesson. And as always, the sentences in this practice are new, but use the same verbs. And you need to change the verbs into their polite forms appropriately. And you also need to use object particles if the sentence has an object. Okay, so let's begin the final practice. 학생이 볼을 눌러요. 학생이 볼을 눌러요. 택시가 이래요. 택시가 이래요. 독수리가 날라요. 독수리가 날라요. 결과가 그래요. 결과가 그래요. 학생이 정답을 골라요. 학생이 정답을 골라요. 돌이 굴러요. 돌이 굴러요. 제가 주소를 몰라요. 제가 주소를 몰라요. 친구가 개를 길러요. 친구가 개를 길러요. 신발이 빨개요. 신발이 빨개요. 차가 하얘요. 차가 하얘요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we practiced forming sentences using verbs that end in the syllable l and also 히읗 받침. In the next lesson, we will practice forming sentences with verbs in their negative forms. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to practice forming sentences with verbs in their negative form. And there were two ways of forming verbs in negative form. First, we can simply add an, which means not, in front of the verb. The only exception is the verb made up of noun plus 하다. With these verbs, we add an in front of 하다. So for 공부하다, to study, it's not 안 공부하다, but 공부 안 하다. Second, we can simply add 지 않다 to a verb stem to form negative verb forms. So 먹지 않다 means do not eat, and its polite form is 먹지 않아요. So the polite form always ends in 지 않아요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's begin the practice. We'll start with practicing using an. In this practice, you will see sentences with verbs in their infinitive forms. And I'd like you to add an and form the verbs into polite negative forms. So for 저는 빵을 먹다, it would become 저는 빵을 안 먹어요. Now the tricky part of this practice is conjugating the verbs into polite forms, as we're not focusing on one particular type of verb. However, to keep the practice a little easier, we'll just focus on the regular pattern of adding ayo and 어요. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 저는 TV를 안 봐요. 저는 TV를 안 봐요. 직원은 돈을 안 세요. 직원은 돈을 안 세요. 저는 커피를 안 마셔요. 저는 커피를 안 마셔요. 민수는 피자를 안 먹어요. 민수는 피자를 안 먹어요. 학생들은 책을 안 펴요. 학생들은 책을 안 펴요. 진수는 앉아요. 진수는 앉아요. 저는 요리 안 해요. 저는 요리 안 해요. 저는 강아지를 안 키워요. 저는 강아지를 안 키워요. Excellent efforts. Well done. In the second practice, you're going to add 지 않다 to verb stems and form negative verb forms. You also have to use the polite form of 지 않다, which is 지 않아요. So do keep that in mind. Half of the sentences in this practice are from practice 1, but there will also be some new sentences. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 민수는 가방을 사지 않아요. 민수는 가방을 사지 않아요. 저는 TV를 보지 않아요. 저는 TV를 보지 않아요. 저는 강아지를 키우지 않아요. 저는 강아지를 키우지 않아요. 저는 컴퓨터를 켜지 않아요. 저는 컴퓨터를 켜지 않아요. 언니는 사진을 찍지 않아요. 언니는 사진을 찍지 않아요. 저는 요리하지 않아요. 저는 요리하지 않아요. 진수는 친구를 기다리지 않아요. 진수는 친구를 기다리지 않아요. 직원은 돈을 세지 않아요. 직원은 돈을 세지 않아요. Fantastic efforts. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice in this lesson, and we're going to practice forming negative sentences using both methods we have practiced in this lesson. Now, depending on the prompts you see on the screen, I'd like you to say the correct form of negative sentence, adding either 안 or 지 않다. All the sentences are sentences we have seen already in this lesson, so hopefully this practice shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 진수는 친구를 기다리지 않아요. 진수는 친구를 기다리지 않아요. 민수는 피자를 안 먹어요. 민수는 피자를 안 먹어요. 저는 요리하지 않아요. 저는 요리하지 않아요. 저는 강아지를 키우지 않아요. 저는 강아지를 키우지 않아요. 학생들은 책을 안 펴요. 학생들은 책을 안 펴요. 저는 TV를 안 봐요. 저는 TV를 안 봐요. 민수는 가방을 사지 않아요. 민수는 가방을 사지 않아요. 직원은 돈을 안 세요. 직원은 돈을 안 세요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we practice forming negative sentences using either an or 지 않다. In the next unit, we will learn about WH words in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome to the unit on learning the WH words in Korean. In this unit, we're going to learn all the different WH words in Korean language, such as what, who, and when. In each lesson, we're going to come across some new vocabulary in the example sentences. And in the resources section, there is a vocabulary list sheet for each lesson. So do download the vocab list and have a quick read through the words that you will see in the lesson so that you can better understand the example sentences when they do appear on the screen. In this very first lesson, we're going to learn the Korean word for what. Let's begin. The Korean word for what is 무엇. 무엇. However, 무엇 is quite formal, and while it's totally fine to use 무엇 in writing and also in certain formal settings, in everyday speech it's far more common to use the contracted form. The contracted form is 뭐, however this 시옷 받침 is generally removed and we just say 뭐. Now how we use 뭐 to form questions depends on what we're asking about. Consider the following two questions using what. What do you like? What came? Now, if you are a native English speaker, you will probably just form these questions instinctively, without too much thought as to what you're asking about. But these two questions have fundamental differences. The first question is asking about the object of the verb like. So if the other person were to respond, they might say, I like apples. And the information we wanted was the object of the verb apples. The second question is asking about the subject of the verb came. So if the other person were to respond, they might say, a letter came. And the information we wanted was the subject of the verb a letter. Now in Korean, if we're forming the first question where we're interested in the object of the verb, 뭐 is used with the object particle. However, if we're interested in the subject of the verb, 뭐 is used with the subject particle. Let's start by looking at using 뭐 with the object particle 를. Here's an example question. 뭐를 좋아해요? What do you like? 뭐를 좋아해요? In this question, 뭐 is used with the object particle 를 because 뭐 doesn't end in 받침. And then we have the verb 좋아해요, the polite form of 좋아하다, which means to like. And the meaning of you is inferred based on the context. Now, in this question, we use 뭐 with the object particle 를 because what we're asking about is the object of the verb 좋아해요. We're asking what the other person likes. So if the other person were to respond and say, I like apples, they would say, 저는 사과를 좋아해요. I like apples. 저는 사과를 좋아해요. So the information we wanted to find out is the object of the verb 사과, apples. Here are two more example questions that follow the same pattern. 뭐를 읽어요? What are you reading? 뭐를 읽어요? 저는 잡지를 읽어요. I'm reading a magazine. 저는 잡지를 읽어요. 뭐를 봐요? What are you watching? 뭐를 봐요? 저는 드라마를 봐요. I'm watching a drama. 저는 드라마를 봐요. Again, the meaning of the pronoun you is inferred based on the context. And the questions are about the object of the verbs 읽어요, to read, and 봐요, to watch. So the information we're after is the object of the verb in the responses, which are 잡지, magazine, and 드라마, drama. Now, one other point to note is that present form of Korean verbs can be used to indicate the present continuous tense. So these questions are about what the other person is reading and watching. Now, before we move on to the speaking practice, there are a couple of things to note. First, if we use 무엇, we would need to use the object particle 을 as 무엇 ends in 받침. So we would say 무엇을. However, with 뭐, we say 뭐를. And this 뭐를 is sometimes used in its contracted form 뭘. But the use of 뭘 is highly informal. The other point to note is that quite often the particle is dropped from the questions, as based on the context, it's usually quite obvious what the question is about. So we often say 뭐 읽어요 or 뭐 봐요. However, dropping the particle is more common in speech than in writing. Now, in our speaking practice, we will practice using 뭐 with the particle 를. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of these questions that use 뭐 with object particle 를. 뭐를 좋아해요? 뭐를 좋아해요? 뭐를 읽어요? 뭐를 봐요? Great job, well done. Let's consider using 뭐 with the subject particle 가. Here's an example question. 뭐가 왔어요? What came? 뭐가 왔어요? In this question, 뭐 is used with the subject particle 가. And we haven't learned how to conjugate verbs into past forms yet, but 왔어요 is the past and polite form of 오다, which means to come. So 왔어요 means came. And we use the subject particle with 뭐 because what we're asking about is about the subject of the verb. We're asking the subject that came. So if the other person were to respond and say a letter came, they would say 편지가 왔어요. A letter came. 편지가 왔어요. So the information we're after is the subject of the sentence, 편지, a letter. Let's consider two more example questions. 뭐가 예뻐요? What's pretty? 뭐가 예뻐요? 꽃이 예뻐요. The flower is pretty. 꽃이 예뻐요. 뭐가 숙제예요? What is homework? 뭐가 숙제예요? 수학이 숙제예요. Math is homework. 수학이 숙제예요. Now, as mentioned in an earlier lecture, Korean adjectives function like verbs, which is why they are called descriptive verbs. And in the first question, 예뻐요, polite form of 예쁘다, doesn't just mean pretty, it means to be pretty. And in this question, we're asking what's pretty? And the answer is the subject of the response, 꽃, flower. The second question uses 이다, which functions like the English verb to be. And this question is asking what is homework? And the answer is 수학, math, which is the subject of the response. So remember that if we're asking about the subject of the verb or the descriptive verb in the question, 뭐 is used with the subject particle. One last point to note is that although dropping the object particle is common in speech, the subject particle is rarely dropped. So do keep that in mind. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these questions. 뭐가 왔어요? 뭐가 왔어요? 뭐가 예뻐요? 뭐가 숙제예요? Excellent job, well done. Now, although we're learning how to use more with object and subject particles, when more is used with 이다, which functions like the verb to be, it can be used slightly differently. For example, to ask what is this in Korean, we would ask 이것이 뭐예요? 이것이 뭐예요? So 뭐 is attached to the polite form of 이다, 예요. So there are also other ways of using 뭐. However, in this lesson, we'll focus on using 뭐 with object particles and subject particles. Okay, so let's now move on to the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks. And depending on whether the English question is asking about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, I'd like you to use either an object particle or a subject particle and say the full question. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin the practice. 뭐를 샀어요? 뭐를 샀어요? 뭐가 문제예요? 뭐가 문제예요? 뭐가 비싸요? 뭐가 비싸요? 뭐를 먹어요? 뭐를 먹어요? 뭐를 알아요? 뭐를 알아요? 뭐가 날아가요? 뭐가 날아가요? Excellent job, well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned the Korean word for what, 무엇, which is more commonly used as 뭐 in speech. In the next lesson, we will learn another way of saying what in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn another way of saying what in Korean. Let's begin. Consider the following question. What song do you like? What song do you like? In this question, we've used what in front of the noun song. And in Korean, when we want to use what in front of nouns, we don't use 무엇, 뭐 from the previous lesson. Instead, we use 무슨, 무슨. So in Korean, this question would be 무슨 노래를 좋아해요? 무슨 노래를 좋아해요? So just like the English question, we use 무슨 in front of the noun 노래, meaning a song. So 무슨 노래 means what song. Let's take a look at two other example questions. 무슨 음식을 시켰어요? What food did you order? 무슨 음식을 시켰어요? 무슨 새가 날아가요? What bird is flying away? 무슨 새가 날아가요? So in each question, we've used 무슨 in front of the nouns 음식, food, and 새, bird. And depending on whether we're asking about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, we use either an object particle or a subject particle with a noun used with 무슨. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a speaking practice of these questions. 무슨 노래를 좋아해요? 무슨 노래를 좋아해요? 무슨 음식을 시켰어요? 무슨 새가 날아가요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks. And all you have to do is add 무슨 in the blank and say the full question. It's a pretty simple exercise. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. 무슨 옷을 샀어요? 무슨 옷을 샀어요? 무슨 책을 읽어요? 무슨 책을 읽어요? 무슨 차가 좋아요? 무슨 차가 좋아요? 무슨 영화를 좋아해요? 무슨 영화를 좋아해요? 무슨 드라마를 봐요? 무슨 드라마를 봐요? Excellent job, well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use what in front of nouns in Korean by using 무슨. Now, in Korean, the two main words we use to mean what are 무엇, 뭐, and 무슨. But depending on the context, we can also use various other words to mean what in Korean. So do keep that in mind. In the next lesson, we will review what we learned on how we use 무엇, 뭐, and 무슨 from this lesson. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we will review what we learned on the use of 무엇, 뭐, and 무슨 from the previous two lessons. Two lessons ago, we learned that 무엇 means what in Korean. However, 무엇 is quite formal, so in everyday speech, we use the shortened form 뭐. When we form questions using 무엇 or 뭐, depending on whether we're asking about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, we need to use either an object particle or a subject particle with 무엇 or 뭐. So let's first do a list and repeat practice of questions that use 뭐 with either an object particle or a subject particle. 뭐를 좋아해요? 뭐를 읽어요? 뭐를 봐요? 뭐가 왔어요? 뭐가 예뻐요? 뭐가 숙제예요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do an independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and depending on whether the English question is asking about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, I'd like you to use either an object particle or a subject particle and say the full question. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. 뭐를 샀어요? 뭐를 샀어요? 뭐가 문제예요? 뭐가 문제예요? 뭐가 비싸요? 뭐가 비싸요? 뭐를 먹어요? 뭐를 먹어요? 뭐를 알아요? 뭐를 알아요? 뭐가 날아가요? 뭐가 날아가요? Excellent job. Well done. In the previous lesson, we learned that to form questions where what is used in front of nouns, we use 무슨, 무슨. When we form these questions, depending on whether the question is about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, we need to use appropriate particles with a noun used with 무슨. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 무슨. 무슨 노래를 좋아해요? 무슨 노래를 좋아해요? 무슨 음식을 시켰어요? 무슨 새가 날아가요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. Same as in the previous lesson, you will see questions with blanks. And all you have to do is add 무슨 in the blank and say the full question. Okay, let's begin the practice. 무슨 옷을 샀어요? 무슨 옷을 샀어요? 무슨 책을 읽어요? 무슨 책을 읽어요? 무슨 차가 좋아요? 무슨 차가 좋아요? 무슨 영화를 좋아해요? 무슨 영화를 좋아해요? 무슨 드라마를 봐요? 무슨 드라마를 봐요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we reviewed what we learned in the last two lessons on using 무엇, 뭐, and 무슨 to mean what in Korean. In the next lesson, we will learn how to use who in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say who in Korean. Now, the Korean word for who is 누구, 누구. And similar to 무엇, 뭐, depending on who we're asking about, we have to use either object particles or subject particles with 누구. Let's first take a look at how we use object particles with 누구. Here's an example question. 누구를 좋아해요? Who do you like? 누구를 좋아해요? So as you can see, we've used 누구 with the object particle 를 as we're asking about the object of the verb 좋아해요, the polite form of 좋아하다, to like. And to answer this question, the other person might say, 저는 민수를 좋아해요. I like 민수. 저는 민수를 좋아해요. And in this response, the information we are interested in is 민수, the object of the verb 좋아해요. Let's take a look at two more example questions. 누구를 만났어요? Who did you meet? 누구를 만났어요? 누구를 기다려요? Who are you waiting for? 누구를 기다려요? In the first question, we have 만났어요, the past form of 만나다, to meet, and we're asking who the other person met. In the second question, we have 기다려요, the polite form of 기다리다, to wait for. And we use this verb to ask who the other person is waiting for. So in both questions, we're asking about the objects of the verbs, so we use 누구 with the object particle 를. Now, quite often, 누구를 is contracted to 누굴, but this contracted form is highly informal. Additionally, object particles are often omitted from questions, so we can also just ask 누구 만났어요 and 누구 기다려요. Okay, so with that in mind, let's practice asking these questions that use 누구 with the object particle 를. 누구를 좋아해요? 누구를 좋아해요? 누구를 만났어요? 누구를 기다려요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now take a look at how we use 누구 when we're asking about the subject of the verb. Here's an example question. 누가 민수를 좋아해요? Who likes 민수? 누가 민수를 좋아해요? Now, when we use 누구 with the subject particle, it becomes 누구가. However, we never use this long form and we always use the contracted form 누가. And to answer this question, the other person might say, 수지가 민수를 좋아해요. Susie likes 민수. 수지가 민수를 좋아해요. And in this response, the information we are interested in is 수지, the subject of the verb 좋아해요. Let's take a look at two more example questions. 누가 미나를 만났어요? Who met Mina? 누가 미나를 만났어요? 누가 진수를 기다려요? Who's waiting for 진수? 누가 진수를 기다려요? Okay, so these sentences use the same verbs we saw earlier, but this time, rather than asking about the objects of the verb, we are asking about the subject, as in who met Mina and who is waiting for 진수. Now, one last point to note is that although we can drop the object particle from 누구를, subject particle cannot be dropped from 누가, so do keep that in mind. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these questions that use 누구 with the subject particle 가. 누가 민수를 좋아해요? 누가 민수를 좋아해요? 누가 미나를 만났어요? 누가 진수를 기다려요? Excellent job, well done. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that similar to 무엇 and 뭐, 누구 can also be used in different question structures. But for this lesson, we're focusing on using 누구 with an object particle and a subject particle. Let's now move on to the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks. And depending on whether the English question is asking about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, I'd like you to say the full questions using either 누구를 or 누가. If you're ready, let's begin. 누구를 초대했어요? 누구를 초대했어요? 누구를 싫어해요? 누구를 싫어해요? 누가 전화했어요? 누가 전화했어요? 누가 돈을 줬어요? 누가 돈을 줬어요? 누가 요리했어요? 누가 요리했어요? 누구를 가르쳐요? 누구를 가르쳐요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use who in Korean, which is 누구. In the next lesson, we will learn the Korean word for when. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say when in Korean. Let's begin. The Korean word for when is 언제, 언제. And similar to other WH words, we would use different particles depending on what we're asking about. However, generally, when is not the object of a verb. So 언제 is rarely, if ever, used with the object particle. Let's first take a look at how we use 언제 with 이다, which functions as the verb to be in English. Here's an example question. 생일이 언제예요? When is your birthday? 생일이 언제예요? 생일 means birthday, and 언제 is attached to the polite form of 이다, 예요. And this question means, when is your birthday? However, we can also ask this question like this. 언제가 생일이에요? 언제가 생일이에요? Now, this question has the same meaning. It means, when is your birthday? And in this question format, 언제 is used with the subject particle. And this question is grammatically correct, so it's perfectly fine to ask this question. However, there is a slight difference in nuance as the second question focuses more on the date rather than the other person's birthday. So we would use this second question when we have perhaps forgotten someone's birthday and we want to check when that person's birthday is. So this second question format is used in more specific situations, and in general, it's more common to use the first question format to ask when something is. Here are two more example questions. 졸업식이 언제예요? When is the graduation ceremony? 졸업식이 언제예요? 파티가 언제예요? When is the party? 파티가 언제예요? So in the first question, we're asking when 졸업식, graduation ceremony is. And in the second question, we're asking when party is. Okay, so let's first practice asking these questions. 생일이 언제예요? 생일이 언제예요? 졸업식이 언제예요? 파티가 언제예요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now consider how we use 언제 with regular verbs to ask when someone does something. Now, when we ask when someone does something, the response could be something like, I get up at 8 a.m., I go to France tomorrow, we are meeting next week. So the response could relate to a specific time or a certain time expression that relates to a specific date. Therefore, when we use 언제 with regular verbs to ask when someone does something, 언제 is not used with any particle at all. Here's an example question. 언제 일어나요? When do you get up? 언제 일어나요? In this question, 일어나요 is the polite form of 일어나다, which means to get up. So to ask when someone gets up, we can just use 언제 and the verb. However, the question can also have additional elements. Here are two more example questions. 언제 프랑스에 가요? When do you go to France? 언제 프랑스에 가요? 미나는 언제 와요? When is Mina coming? 미나는 언제 와요? In the first question, 프랑스에 means to France, so 언제 프랑스에 가요 means when do you go to France? In the second question, we have the sentence subject at the start of the question. And depending on the context, the subject could be used with topic or subject particle. But in this question, the subject is used with a topic particle. So when we ask the other person or some other person when they're doing something, 언제 is not used with any particle. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these questions. 언제 일어나요? 언제 일어나요? 언제 프랑스에 가요? 미나는 언제 와요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and all you have to do is fill in the blank with 언제 and say the full question. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin the practice. 수업이 언제예요? 수업이 언제예요? 저녁 식사가 언제예요? 저녁 식사가 언제예요? 퇴근 시간이 언제예요? 퇴근 시간이 언제예요? 언제 집에 가요? 언제 집에 가요? 언제 운동해요? 언제 운동해요? 수지가 언제 전화했어요? 수지가 언제 전화했어요? Fantastic effort today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use when in Korean, which is 언제. In the next lesson, we will review the use of 누구 and 언제 from this lesson. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to review what we learned over the past two lessons on the use of 누구 and 언제. Let's begin with 누구. The Korean word for who is 누구. And depending on who we're asking about, 누구 can be used with an object particle or a subject particle. So we can say 누구를 or 누가. So let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 누구 in these ways. 누구를 좋아해요? 누구를 만났어요? 누구를 기다려요? 누가 민수를 좋아해요? 누가 미나를 만났어요? 누가 진수를 기다려요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do an independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks. And depending on whether the English question is asking about the object of the verb or the subject of the verb, I'd like you to say the full question using either 누구를 or 누가 in the blanks. If you're ready, let's begin. 누구를 초대했어요? 누구를 초대했어요? 누구를 싫어해요? 누구를 싫어해요? 누가 전화했어요? 누가 전화했어요? 누가 돈을 줬어요? 누가 돈을 줬어요? 누가 요리했어요? 누가 요리했어요? 누구를 가르쳐요? 누구를 가르쳐요? That was great. Well done. Now, the Korean word for when is 언제. And how we use 언제 largely depends on whether it's used with 이다, which functions as the verb to be, or regular verbs. When 언제 is used with 이다, it is attached to 이다. But when it's used with regular verbs, it's separated from the verb and is not used with any particle. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 언제. 생일이 언제예요? 졸업식이 언제예요? 파티가 언제예요? 언제 일어나요? 언제 프랑스에 가요? 미나는 언제 와요? Great job, well done. Let's now do an independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks. And all you have to do is say the full question using 언제 in the blanks. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start the practice. 수업이 언제예요? 수업이 언제예요? 저녁 식사가 언제예요? 저녁 식사가 언제예요? 퇴근 시간이 언제예요? 퇴근 시간이 언제예요? 언제 집에 가요? 언제 집에 가요? 언제 운동해요? 언제 운동해요? 수지가 언제 전화했어요? 수지가 언제 전화했어요? Fantastic job today. Well done. In this lesson, we review the use of 누구 and 언제, which mean who and when in Korean. In the next lesson, we will learn how to use the word for where in Korean. See you then. Bye bye. Hi everyone. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say where in Korean. So let's begin. Now, in English, when we talk about the location of something, we use various prepositions, most commonly in, on, and at. So we might say things like, I live in Seoul, the book is on the desk, Minsu is at home. So prepositions help to locate where someone or something is. Similarly, in Korean, when we talk about the location of things, we use various particles. In this lesson, we will learn two of the most common particles, 에 and 에서. Let's first take a look at 에. Now, we've already come across this particle in an earlier lesson when we saw the phrase 프랑스에. So, 에 can be used to mean to. However, another key function of 에 is used to say where something is located, and it functions similar to in, on, at in English. So using this particle to ask where something is, as in where something is located, we can ask 어디에 있어요? Where is it? 어디에 있어요? To ask where someone or something is located, we use 어디 with the particle 에. And we also use the verb 있어요, the polite form of 있다. 있다 is a verb that has many uses in Korean, and one of the most common uses is to talk about where something is located. So it can function similar to the English verb to be. And although we use 이다 to say what something is, we don't use 이다 to say where something is. Instead, we use 있다. Now, to specifically ask where a certain noun is, we can also ask 민수는 어디에 있어요? Where is 민수? 민수는 어디에 있어요? And to respond to this question, we can say 민수는 집에 있어요. 민수 is at home. 민수는 집에 있어요. In this sentence, 집에 means at home. So 집에 있어요 means is at home. So we can say where someone or something is by using noun plus 에 structure in front of 있어요. Let's take a look at two more example questions using 어디에. 책은 어디에 있어요? Where is the book? 책은 어디에 있어요? 어디에 살아요? Where do you live? 어디에 살아요? The first question asks where 책, book is located. And as you can see in the second question, we can also use the verb 살아요, the polite form of 살다, meaning to live, with 어디에 and ask where someone lives. Now, with the particle 에, we can also use the verbs 존재하다, 존재하다, to exist, 놓다, 놓다, to put or to lay, and 없다, 없다, to not be. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now practice the questions we have seen so far. 어디에 있어요? 민수는 어디에 있어요? 책은 어디에 있어요? 어디에 살아요? Excellent job, well done. Now, as we have learned, we use the particle 에 to say where something is located, as in where something exists. However, when we want to talk about doing something at a particular location, we don't use the particle 에. Instead, we use the particle 에서. So to say I study at the library in Korean, we would say 저는 도서관에서 공부해요. 저는 도서관에서 공부해요. 도서관 is library. And to talk about studying at the library, it's used with the particle 에서. Now, then to ask where someone studies, we would ask 어디에서 공부해요? Where do you study? 어디에서 공부해요? So 어디 is used with the particle 에서 to ask where someone does something. Here are two more example questions. 수지는 어디에서 자랐어요? Where did Susie grow up? 수지는 어디에서 자랐어요? 어디에서 먹어요? Where do you eat? 어디에서 먹어요? So each time to ask where Susie grew up and where the other person eats, we use 어디 with 에서 as we're asking where someone did or does something, rather than just talking about where something is located. And unlike the particle 에, which can only be used with a handful of verbs, questions that use 에서 can be used with many different verbs. Okay, so let's now practice asking these questions that use 어디에서. 어디에서 공부해요? 어디에서 공부해요? 수지는 어디에서 자랐어요? 어디에서 먹어요? Great efforts, well done. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that 어디 can be used with various particles. It can be used with subject, topic, and object particles, depending on the question we're asking. And it can also be used with various other particles. However, for this lesson, we'll focus on using 어디 with the particles 에 and 에서. Let's now move on to the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions missing the particles. And depending on the English questions, I'd like you to use either 에 or 에서 and say the full questions. Remember that we use 에 to say where something is located, where something exists, and we use 에서 to talk about where someone did or does something. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 민수는 어디에 있어요? 민수는 어디에 있어요? 버스를 어디에서 타요? 버스를 어디에서 타요? 수지는 어디에 살아요? 수지는 어디에 살아요? 미나는 어디에서 일해요? 미나는 어디에서 일해요? 가방은 어디에 있어요? 가방은 어디에 있어요? 진수는 어디에서 운동해요? 진수는 어디에서 운동해요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use where in Korean, which is 어디. And we focused on how we use 어디 with the particles 에 and 에서 to talk about where something is located and to talk about doing something somewhere. In the next lesson, we will learn the word for how in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say how in Korean. The Korean word for how is 어떻게. 어떻게. The 히읗 받침 in the combines with 기역 in the following syllable. So this is pronounced 어떻게. 어떻게. Now this word is made from the descriptive verb 어떻다. And we use 어떻다 to talk about how something is. And 게 is a suffix we can add to various descriptive verbs to make them into adverbs. So 어떻게 essentially means how something is done. So we can use it in questions in the same way as how in English. Let's take a look at an example question. 밥을 어떻게 만들어요? How do I make rice? 밥을 어떻게 만들어요? 밥 means cooked rice, and 만들어요 is the polite form of 만들다, which means to make. So 밥을 어떻게 만들어요 means, how do I make rice? The meaning of the pronoun I would be inferred based on the context. So depending on the context, this question could mean how do I, how do you, or how do we. Let's take a look at two more example questions. 집에 어떻게 가요? How do you get home? 집에 어떻게 가요? 숙제를 어떻게 내요? How do I submit homework? 숙제를 어떻게 내요? In the first question, 집에 means to home. So here the particle 에 means to. And the question is asking how the other person gets home. But do note that the meaning of the pronoun can change depending on the context. In the second question, we're asking how I 내요, submit, 숙제, homework. Now, one key usage regarding 어떻게 is that the position of 어떻게 can change. And we can position 어떻게 at the start of the sentence and say 어떻게 집에 가요? And the important thing to note is that the meaning of the two questions is exactly the same. When we position 어떻게 at the front of the question, we are focusing a little more on how something is done rather than the other element, such as 집, home, or 숙제, homework. However, regardless of where 어떻게 is positioned, there is very little difference in nuance. Now, there are two more points to note regarding the use of 어떻게. First, 어떻게 is not always used in the same way as the English word how. For example, when we ask for people's personal information, such as name, age, or phone number, we use this phrase 어떻게 되세요. And this is a very polite and respectful way of asking what something is. So to ask someone's name in a very polite and respectful way, we say 성함이 어떻게 되세요? 성함이 어떻게 되세요? And this is loosely translated to mean what's your name? So although in many situations we do use 어떻게 to mean how, 어떻게 can also be used in ways that differ from the English word how. The second important point to note with 어떻게 is that in Korean, there is another expression which is pronounced in the same way. And this is 어떻게. Now, 어떻게 is a shortened form of 어떻게 해. And this loosely means what do I do or what am I supposed to do. And this expression can be used in many different situations where you're not sure what you can do to help the situation or even to express sympathy towards the other person. So the use of 어떻게 meaning how and 어떻게 meaning what do I do is very different. Though as I've mentioned already, they are pronounced in the same way. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of questions that use 어떻게 meaning how. 밥을 어떻게 만들어요? 밥을 어떻게 만들어요? 집에 어떻게 가요? 숙제를 어떻게 내요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do an independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and I'd like you to add 어떻게 in the blank and say the full question statement. This is a fairly simple practice, so if you're ready, let's begin. TV를 어떻게 켜요? TV를 어떻게 켜요? 학교에 어떻게 가요? 학교에 어떻게 가요? 커피를 어떻게 만들어요? 커피를 어떻게 만들어요? 한국어를 어떻게 배워요? 한국어를 어떻게 배워요? 컴퓨터를 어떻게 꺼요? 컴퓨터를 어떻게 꺼요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned how to use how in Korean, which is 어떻게. In the next lesson, we will review what we learned on the use of 어디, where, and 어떻게, how. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to review the use of 어디, where and 어떻게, how. Let's begin with 어디. Two lessons ago we learned that 어디 means where. When we use 어디 in questions, it can be used with many different particles, but two of the most common particles we use with 어디 are 에 and 에서. When we want to ask the location, the existence of someone or something, we use 어디 with the particle 에. On the other hand, when we want to ask about doing something at a particular location, we use 어디 with the particle 에서. So with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 어디 with the particles 에 and 에서. 어디에 있어요? 민수는 어디에 있어요? 어디에 살아요? 어디에서 공부해요? 수지는 어디에서 자랐어요? 어디에서 먹어요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions missing the particles. And depending on the English questions, I'd like you to use either 에 or 에서 and say the full questions. Okay, if you're ready, let's start the practice. 민수는 어디에 있어요? 민수는 어디에 있어요? 버스를 어디에서 타요? 버스를 어디에서 타요? 수지는 어디에 살아요? 수지는 어디에 살아요? 미나는 어디에서 일해요? 미나는 어디에서 일해요? 가방은 어디에 있어요? 가방은 어디에 있어요? 진수는 어디에서 운동해요? 진수는 어디에서 운동해요? Great efforts. Well done. In the previous lesson, we learned that 어떻게 means how. And the use of 어떻게 is pretty simple, and we can use it in the same way as how in English. The position of 어떻게 can be right next to the verb, but if there are other elements in the sentence, 어떻게 can be positioned at the front of the question. And although 어떻게 is commonly used to mean how, in certain Korean questions, 어떻게 can be used more similar to what in English. Additionally, 어떻게 is pronounced in the same way as 어떻게, but the second 어떻게 means what do I do or what am I supposed to do. And although these two words are pronounced in the same way, they are used in very different situations. Okay, so let's first do a speaking practice of questions that use 어떻게. 밥을 어떻게 만들어요? 밥을 어떻게 만들어요? 집에 어떻게 가요? 숙제를 어떻게 내요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and I'd like you to add 어떻게 in the blank and say the full question. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. TV를 어떻게 켜요? TV를 어떻게 켜요? 학교에 어떻게 가요? 학교에 어떻게 가요? 커피를 어떻게 만들어요? 커피를 어떻게 만들어요? 한국어를 어떻게 배워요? 한국어를 어떻게 배워요? 컴퓨터를 어떻게 꺼요? 컴퓨터를 어떻게 꺼요? Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we review the use of 어디, where, and 어떻게, how. In the next lesson, we will learn how to say which in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say which in Korean. Let's begin. Now, in Korean, there are two ways to say which, and one of them is 어떤. 어떤. 어떤 can be used in various ways, and in this lesson, we'll consider its two main uses. First of all, we can use 어떤 like which in English. This means that when we use 어떤, we're generally talking about something from a limited number of choices. So if I'm looking at the top 10 music chart and I want to ask the other person which song the other person likes of the top 10 choices, I can ask 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? Which song do you like? 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? 노래 means a song, so we can use 어떤 with 노래, and this means which song. Now, one other point to note is that in this question, 어떤 노래 is the object of the verb 좋아해요, like. So it's used with the object particle 를. However, we can also use 어떤 plus noun with the subject particle when it's the subject of the verb. Here's an example question. 어떤 학생이 물어봤어요? Which student asked? 어떤 학생이 물어봤어요? In this question, 어떤 학생, which student is the subject of the verb 물어봤어요, the past form of 물어보다, to ask. So it's used with the subject particle 이. Let's take a look at two more example questions. 어떤 차가 예뻐요? Which car is pretty? 어떤 차가 예뻐요? 어떤 영화를 봤어요? Which movie did you watch? 어떤 영화를 봤어요? In the first question, 어떤 차, which car, is used with the subject particle because we're asking about the subject of the descriptive verb 예뻐요, the polite form of 예쁘다, meaning to be pretty. In the second question, 어떤 영화, which movie, is the object of the verb 봤어요, the past and polite form of 보다, meaning to see, look, or watch. So 어떤 영화 is used with the object particle 를. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat practice of these questions that use 어떤 as which. 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? 어떤 학생이 물어봤어요? 어떤 차가 예뻐요? 어떤 영화를 봤어요? Excellent job, well done. Now, one use of 어떤 is to talk about something from a limited number of choices. However, another way we use 어떤 is to ask about the characteristic or a quality of something. When we use 어떤 in this way, it's similar in meaning to what kind of in English. Here's an example question. 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? What kind of song do you like? 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? Now, this question is exactly the same as the earlier question asking which song the other person likes from a limited number of choices. However, in a situation where we're asking the other person about the kind of song he or she likes, rather than a song from a set of choices, we can ask the same question. And in that situation, 어떤 means what kind of. We can also use 어떤 to ask about the quality of something or personality of someone. Here's an example question. 민수는 어떤 사람이에요? What kind of person is 민수? 민수는 어떤 사람이에요? In this question, we first state the person we're asking about and then add 어떤 사람 to 이에요, the polite form of 이다, which functions like the English verb to be. And this is a common way to ask about someone's personality. So this question is similar in meaning to what's 민수 like in English? Let's take a look at a few more example questions. 어떤 책을 샀어요? What kind of book did you buy? 어떤 책을 샀어요? 수지는 어떤 사람이에요? What kind of person is Susie? 수지는 어떤 사람이에요? 기생충은 어떤 영화예요? What kind of movie is Parasite? 기생충은 어떤 영화예요? So in the first question, we're asking what kind of book the other person has bought. In the second question, we're asking about the personality of Susie. And the third question asks what kind of movie Parasite is. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do a speaking practice of these questions. 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? 민수는 어떤 사람이에요? 어떤 책을 샀어요? 수지는 어떤 사람이에요? 기생충은 어떤 영화예요? Great job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and all you have to do is add 어떤 and say the full questions. If you're ready, let's begin. 어떤 가수를 좋아해요? 어떤 가수를 좋아해요? 어떤 식당에 갔어요? 어떤 식당에 갔어요? 어떤 책을 좋아해요? 어떤 책을 좋아해요? 어떤 운동을 해요? 어떤 운동을 해요? 서울은 어떤 곳이에요? 서울은 어떤 곳이에요? 미나는 어떤 사람이에요? 미나는 어떤 사람이에요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use 어떤 to mean which and what kind of. In the next lesson, we will learn another way of saying which in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to learn another way of saying which in Korean. In the previous lesson, we learned that we can use 어떤 to talk about something from a limited number of choices. And while 어떤 can be used in this way, and using 어떤 in this way is very common in Korean, Koreans tend to think of 어떤 as being more closer in meaning to what kind of. So if we see a sentence without any context, Koreans will think of 어떤 as what kind of rather than which. On the other hand, the other word we have for which is 어느. 어느. 어느 can also be used in various ways, but just like 어떤, we use 어느 to talk about someone or something from a limited number of choices. So 어느 and 어떤 can be used in the same way, and in many situations they can be used interchangeably. Slight difference between the two is that we use 어느 when the range of choices is more limited than 어떤. But in everyday usage, this difference is not differentiated in how they're used. Let's first consider how 어느 and 어떤 can be used in a similar way, and then we'll look at how they are used differently. Here are a couple of example questions. 어느 계절을 좋아해요? Which season do you like? 어느 계절을 좋아해요? 어느 음료가 맛있어요? Which beverage is delicious? 어느 음료가 맛있어요? In the first question, 어느 is used with 계절 meaning season, and we've used the phrase 어느 계절 with the object particle as 어느 계절 is the object of the verb 좋아해요 like. In the second question, 어느 is used with 음료, meaning a beverage. And we've used the phrase 어느 음료 with the subject particle as 어느 음료 is the subject of the descriptive verb 맛있어요, the polite form of 맛있다, to be delicious. Now, an important point to note is that in these questions, 어느 can be changed with 어떤, and the meaning of the questions would be exactly the same. However, in certain questions, it's more natural to use 어느 rather than 어떤. Here's an example question. 어느 나라 사람이에요? What nationality are you? 어느 나라 사람이에요? In this question, 어느 is used with the noun phrase 나라 사람, which literally means country person, but we use 나라 사람 to refer to one's nationality. And 이에요 is the polite form of 이다, which functions like the verb to be. So the literal meaning of this question is, which country person are you? But it can be loosely translated to mean, what nationality are you? What's your nationality? Or even, where are you from? Now, in this question, we always use 어느 and not 어떤. And it sounds very unnatural if we asked, 어떤 나라 사람이에요? And the main reason why it sounds so unnatural is because when we say 어떤 나라, we tend to associate 어떤 to the meaning of what kind of. So rather than asking the name of the country, 어떤 나라 seems more related to the characteristic or quality of the country. Now, this difference in nuance can be very tricky to master, and at this stage, you shouldn't expect yourself to really understand the differences just yet. However, for now, I think having this awareness is important, and as you come across more questions that use 어떤 and 어느, you'll be able to see and understand different situations where we use these words, 어떤 and 어느. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these questions that use 어느. 어느 계절을 좋아해요? 어느 계절을 좋아해요? 어느 음료가 맛있어요? 어느 나라 사람이에요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and all you have to do is say the full questions by using 어느 in the blanks. If you're ready, let's begin. 어느 버스를 타요? 어느 버스를 타요? 어느 도시에 살아요? 어느 도시에 살아요? 어느 나라 말이에요? 어느 나라 말이에요? 어느 날이 생일이에요? 어느 날이 생일이에요? 어느 문제가 어려워요? 어느 문제가 어려워요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use 어느 as which in Korean. In the next lesson, we will review what we learned on the use of 어떤 and 어느. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to review the use of 어떤, which, what kind of, and 어느, meaning which. Let's begin with 어떤. Two lessons ago, we learned that 어떤 can be used as which in Korean. So we can use it to talk about someone or something from a limited number of choices. Additionally, we can use 어떤 to ask about a certain characteristic or quality of something. And when we use 어떤 in this way, it's similar to what kind of in English. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 어떤. 어떤 노래를 좋아해요? 어떤 학생이 물어봤어요? 어떤 차가 예뻐요? 어떤 책을 샀어요? 민수는 어떤 사람이에요? 기생충은 어떤 영화예요? Great job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, same as in the lesson, you will see questions with blanks. And all you have to do is add 어떤 and say the full questions. Let's begin the practice. 어떤 가수를 좋아해요? 어떤 가수를 좋아해요? 어떤 식당에 갔어요? 어떤 식당에 갔어요? 어떤 책을 좋아해요? 어떤 책을 좋아해요? 어떤 운동을 해요? 어떤 운동을 해요? 서울은 어떤 곳이에요? 서울은 어떤 곳이에요? 미나는 어떤 사람이에요? 미나는 어떤 사람이에요? Excellent efforts. Well done. In the previous lesson, we learned that we can also use 어느 to mean which and talk about someone or something from a limited number of choices. And in many questions, you can use 어느 or 어떤 interchangeably. However, because 어떤 is more closely associated to the meaning of what kind of, with certain questions, it's more natural to use 어느. Okay, so with that in mind, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 어느. 어느 계절을 좋아해요? 어느 계절을 좋아해요? 어느 음료가 맛있어요? 어느 나라 사람이에요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, same as in the lesson, you will see questions with blanks. And all you have to do is say the full question by using 어느 in the blanks. Okay, let's begin the practice. 어느 버스를 타요? 어느 버스를 타요? 어느 도시에 살아요? 어느 도시에 살아요? 어느 나라 말이에요? 어느 나라 말이에요? 어느 날이 생일이에요? 어느 날이 생일이에요? 어느 문제가 어려워요? 어느 문제가 어려워요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we review the use of 어떤 as which and what kind of, and 어느 as which. In the next lesson, we will learn how to use the word for why in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson, we're going to learn how to say why in Korean. Let's begin. Why in Korean is where, where. And how we use where is the same as why in English. When we form questions using where, it's not used with any particle. Let's take a look at an example question. 왜 피곤해요? Why are you tired? 왜 피곤해요? In this question, we've simply used where with the descriptive verb 피곤해요, the polite form of 피곤하다, meaning to be tired. And the meaning of the pronoun you is understood through context. Let's take a look at two more example questions. 가방을 왜 샀어요? Why did you buy the bag? 가방을 왜 샀어요? 학교에 왜 가요? Why are you going to school? 학교에 왜 가요? So in these questions, we have extra elements. In the first question, we have the object of the verb 가방을, the bag. And in the second question, the destination of one's movement, 학교에, to school. And they are positioned in front of the sentence. However, we could also switch the order of these extra elements and where and say 왜 가방을 샀어요? And 왜 학교에 가요? And when we have where at the front of the question, there is more emphasis on the meaning of where, why. However, in many situations, both questions can be used interchangeably. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these questions that use where. 왜 피곤해요? 왜 피곤해요? 가방을 왜 샀어요? 학교에 왜 가요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see questions with blanks, and all you have to do is add where and say the full question. If you're ready, let's begin. 민수는 왜 이래요? 민수는 왜 이래요? 왜 집에 있어요? 왜 집에 있어요? 왜 공부해요? 왜 공부해요? 차를 왜 샀어요? 차를 왜 샀어요? 미나가 왜 왔어요? 미나가 왜 왔어요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to use why in Korean, which is where. In the next lesson, we will learn how to use the word for how many in Korean. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say how many in Korean. Let's begin. In Korean, to say how many in questions, we say 몇, 몇. So let's first take a look at a couple of example questions using 몇. 몇 명이 왔어요? How many people came? 몇 명이 왔어요? 몇 개를 샀어요? How many did you buy? 몇 개를 샀어요? Now, as 몇 refers to how many, it's always used with a counter word. 명 is a counter word for people, and 개 is a general counter word for objects. So 몇 명 means how many people, and 몇 개 means how many things. And as you can see by these two examples, depending on whether we're asking about the subject of the verb or the object of the verb, the phrase made up of 몇 and a counter word can be used with a subject particle or an object particle. Now, one thing to be careful of here is pronunciation. The sound of 치읓 받침 in 몇 changes to 미음 sound in the first question because of the 미음 in the following syllable. So this is 몇 명, 몇 명. In the second question, the sound of 치읓 받침 is not pronounced, but 기역 in 개 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So this is 몇 개, 몇 개. Let's take a look at two more example questions. 책 몇 권을 읽어요? How many books do you read? 책 몇 권을 읽어요? 몇 시예요? What time is it? 몇 시예요? In the first question, we use the counter word 권, and we use 권 to count books. And as shown by this question, we can also add the noun related to the counter word in front of 몇. Next, we have 몇 used with the counter word 시, which means time. And the verb is 예요, the polite form of 이다, which functions like the verb to be. And this question, 몇 시예요, is a standard way of asking time in Korean. Now, the literal meaning of this question is, how much time is it? But it's loosely translated to mean, what time is it? So in Korean, there are times when 몇 functions a little different to the English phrase, how many. Let's now do a speaking practice of these questions that use 몇. 몇 명이 왔어요? 몇 개를 샀어요? 책 몇 권을 읽어요? 몇 시예요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see full questions with blanks. And similar to practices we did before, you just have to add 몇 and say the full question. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start the practice. 몇 살이에요? 몇 살이에요? 몇 개가 필요해요? 몇 개가 필요해요? 표 몇 장을 살까요? 표 몇 장을 살까요? 몇 번 전화했어요? 몇 번 전화했어요? 영화 몇 편 봤어요? 영화 몇 편 봤어요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to say how many in Korean, which is 몇. In the next lesson, we will review what we learned on the use of where, why, and 몇, how many from this lesson. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to review what we learned over the last two lessons on the use of where, why, and 몇, how many. Let's begin with where. Two lessons ago, we learned to use where as why, and the way we use where is the same as why in English. The only thing to note is that when a question has extra elements other than where and the verb, the position of where and the extra element can change. And when we use where at the front of the question, there is a little more focus on the meaning of where, why. However, in many situations, these questions can be used interchangeably. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use where. 왜 피곤해요? 왜 피곤해요? 가방을 왜 샀어요? 학교에 왜 가요? That was great. Well done. Let's move on to the independent practice. In this practice, same as in the lesson, you will see questions with blanks. And all you have to do is add where and say the full question. Okay, let's begin the practice. 민수는 왜 이래요? 민수는 왜 이래요? 왜 집에 있어요? 왜 집에 있어요? 왜 공부해요? 왜 공부해요? 차를 왜 샀어요? 차를 왜 샀어요? 미나가 왜 왔어요? 미나가 왜 왔어요? Fantastic job, well done. In the previous lesson, we learned to use 몇 as how many. Now, as 몇 means how many or how much, it's always used with a counter word. Additionally, we can also use nouns that relate to the counter word in front of 몇 in a question. In some questions, however, 몇 functions different to how we use how many in English, such as 몇 시예요, which is loosely translated to mean what time is it. Okay, so let's first do a listen and repeat practice of questions that use 몇. 몇 명이 왔어요? 몇 개를 샀어요? 책 몇 권을 읽어요? 몇 시예요? That was great. Well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see full questions with blanks. And similar to practices we have done before, you just have to add 몇 and say the full questions. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start. 몇 살이에요? 몇 살이에요? 몇 개가 필요해요? 몇 개가 필요해요? 표 몇 장을 살까요? 표 몇 장을 살까요? 몇 번 전화했어요? 몇 번 전화했어요? 영화 몇 편 봤어요? 영화 몇 편 봤어요? Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we review the use of where as why and 몇 as how many in Korean. In the next lesson, we will learn how some of these WH words in Korean can also be used as indefinite pronouns. And indefinite pronouns are words like someone and something. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to learn how Korean WH words function as indefinite pronouns. Now, indefinite pronouns are words like something anything, someone, and anyone. And they are used in positive, negative, and question statements. Now, Korean WH words can function as indefinite pronouns. So, 무엇 and its shortened form, 뭐, means what, but in certain statements, they can also be used to mean anything or something. Now, to fully understand how words like 무엇 is used as indefinite pronouns, we need to start looking at more complex sentence structures. So at this stage, we won't look at every aspect of how 무엇 and 뭐 are used as indefinite pronouns. But in this lesson, we'll learn one way we can use certain WH words as indefinite pronouns in questions. Now, when question statements consist of a WH word and a verb, it can be a WH word question or a yes or no question, depending on the word we stress. First, if we stress the WH word, it becomes a WH word question. Here's an example. 뭐 샀어요? What did you buy? 뭐 샀어요? In this question, we have 뭐 meaning what and the verb 샀어요, the past form of 사다 meaning to buy. And when a question consists of these two word forms, if we stress the WH word, we form a WH word question. So this means, what did you buy? However, if we stress the verb and raise the tone at the end a little bit more, it becomes a yes or no question. And 뭐 becomes an indefinite pronoun meaning something. 뭐 샀어요? Did you buy something? 뭐 샀어요? So as you could hear, as we stress the verb and raise the tone at the end a little bit more, the question becomes a yes or no question and 뭐 means something. Listen to the two questions again. 뭐 샀어요? 뭐 샀어요? 뭐 샀어요? 뭐 샀어요? Okay, so let's take a look at other questions like these. And I do have to speak more naturally to get the stress right. So I won't be saying these questions slowly. 누구 만났어요? Who did you meet? 누구 만났어요? 누구 만났어요? Did you meet someone? 누구 만났어요? 진수는 어디에 갔어요? Where did 진수 go? 진수는 어디에 갔어요? 진수는 어디에 갔어요? Did 진수 go somewhere? 진수는 어디에 갔어요? So as you could hear, when we stress the WH word, we form WH word questions. But when we stress the verb, we form a yes or no question. And the WH word becomes an indefinite pronoun meaning someone or somewhere. Also, as you can see in the last question, as well as the WH word and the verb, the question can also contain the subject. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these questions. Listen carefully to how I stress different words in the question. 뭐 샀어요? 뭐 샀어요? 누구 만났어요? 누구 만났어요? 진수는 어디에 갔어요? 진수는 어디에 갔어요? Excellent job, well done. Let's now do the independent practice. In this practice, you will see full Korean question statements. And depending on whether the English question is a WH word question or a yes or no question, I'd like you to stress the appropriate word and say the question correctly. Remember that we stress the WH word to form a WH word question, and we stress the verb if we want to form a yes or no question, and change the WH word into an indefinite pronoun. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. 뭐 먹었어요? 뭐 먹었어요? 뭐 먹었어요? 뭐 먹었어요? 누가 왔어요? 누가 왔어요? 누가 왔어요? 누가 왔어요? 민수는 어디에 가요? 민수는 어디에 가요? 민수는 어디에 가요? 민수는 어디에 가요? Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned how to stress different words in questions to form WH word questions and yes or no questions, and use WH words as indefinite pronouns. That's it for this unit on learning WH words in Korean.
Hi everyone and welcome to my course, Korean Vocabulary Builder for Beginners. I'm your instructor, Ki-wan Kim, Kim Ki-wan. Now this course is for beginner learners in Korean, particularly for those who are able to read Korean but have limited Korean vocabulary knowledge. So these learners might not know what a train, a bicycle or car is, and are unsure of verbs like get on the train, ride a bicycle or drive a car. Now if you're thinking that sounds like me, then you're in the right place. As this is a beginner's course, we'll guide you through some of the most common everyday topics, such as transport, family, food, education, and even alcoholic drinks. It's a common topic in Korea. However, we're not just going to give you a long list of words to memorize. Each lesson is organized around one topic, and as well as learning the meaning of the words, you'll also learn how those words are used and help you to form basic sentences. Also, many Korean words have their origins in Chinese characters, so we'll explain the meaning of different syllables and their Chinese origins, and help you to make connections between words based on this knowledge. The course is organized to aim for vocabulary retention and mastery, and we're going to do this in 3 stages. Stage 1, watch the video lessons and develop a deep understanding of the words covered in the lesson. During the lesson, you will be guided through simple listen and repeat practice of the words in the lesson. Remember, you learn better by doing, so please make sure to take part in these practices. Stage 2, download the worksheet which accompanies each lesson and practice writing the words and sentences from each lesson. Writing the words from the lesson will really help you to learn and retain the words in the long term. Stage 3 is the review practice, and there are 2 speaking practices which are designed to help you recall the words learned in the lesson. The 3 stages of learning will help you to master and retain the vocabulary covered in the lessons. And the aim is for you to master over 400 Korean words by the end of this course. Okay, so I hope that's given you a good idea as to what you can expect from this course, and I look forward to seeing you in the lesson. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, so this is a lecture on how you can use this course to get the most out of what we've made for you. Now, if you've watched our course introduction video, we've already highlighted the 3 important stages of learning: the lesson, the writing worksheet, and the review practice. Now, to go over this again, the lessons will introduce the language around one topic, and you will learn how the words are used and how they can be used to form basic sentences. You will also be guided through simple listen and repeat speaking practices of what you're learning in that lesson. After each lesson, there are worksheets and review practices. Ideally, you should first download the writing worksheet and practice writing the words and sentences, as this will help you to develop familiarity with how these words are written. Then, you should take the review practice, where you will be guided through 2 speaking practices, which are designed to help you recall the words from the lesson. However, it's important to note that the course doesn't always need to be taken in such a linear way all the time. Nobody ever learns new words after just seeing them once, and the key to developing vocabulary is through repeated exposure and language practice. This course is designed to do just that. But if you wish to take the lessons again or do the review practice again, By all means, please do so, as this will help you to retain the vocabulary in the long term. Okay, so without further ado, and I'm not going to appear on the screen again for a while, but you'll hear my voice, so I'll see you soon again in the lessons. Bye-bye.
Hi there, so in this lesson we're going to learn important vocabulary related to family. So let's begin. Now the first word we're going to look at is the word for family, and that's 가족. 가족. 가족 is a noun and it means family. In our course, we'll practice saying every word and sentence twice. So let's practice saying the word 가족. Repeat after me. 가족. 가족. That was great. Now let's look at the vocabulary for people in the family. The first word is the word for parents, and that's 부모. 부모. Let's say that together. 부모. 부모. Now, throughout this course, we'll make reference to how certain Korean syllables come from Chinese characters. Even the two syllables in 가족 come from Chinese characters. 가 means home and 족 means family or tribe. It's not important for you to learn the actual Chinese characters, but having some awareness of Korean syllables and their Chinese origins will help with vocabulary development later. For example, the word for thunder in Korean is 천둥, 천둥, and the word for angel is 천사, 천사. And the syllable shared by the two words, 천, comes from Chinese characters and it means the sky or heaven. So once you can make this one connection, you can then make the same connection with other words that also use 천 and have some relevance to the concept of sky. Now this final example is quite interesting. In the word 천재, which means genius, 천 means the heaven and 재 means ability. So 천재 refers to abilities given from the heaven. Interesting, isn't it? Okay, let's come back to this word 부모. And the two syllables here, 부 and 모, also come from Chinese characters. 부 refers to the father and 모 refers to the mother. Now, when we refer to parents, for example, when we say, how are your parents? We don't just ask how someone's 부모 are. We actually add an extra syllable at the end, and that syllable is 님. So we say, 부모님, 부모님. Now, whether we're referring to our parents or other people's parents, we say 부모님, 부모님. We often use this word 님 at the end of certain nouns that refer to people to show more respect. For example, the word for teacher is 선생, 선생, but we almost always say 선생님, 선생님. Also, the word for customer is 고객, 고객. But when shop staff address customers, they say 고객님, 고객님, to be more respectful. Okay, so let's practice saying 부모님. Repeat after me. 부모님, 부모님. Okay, that was great. Now let's look at the Korean word for father, and this is 아버지, 아버지. Say that with me. 아버지, 아버지. And the Korean word for mother is 어머니, 어머니. Let's try saying that. 어머니, 어머니. Now these terms are quite formal, and there are also casual terms for father and mother. To say dad, we say 아빠, 아빠. And to say mum, we say 엄마, 엄마. Let's practice saying these casual terms. Repeat after me. 아빠, 아빠. 엄마, 엄마. Now, these casual terms are generally used by young people. And when I say young, I mean children and teenagers. And most people tend to stop using these casual terms when they become adults. Some people do continue to call their mothers 엄마 even when they're an adult. So calling mothers 엄마 even when you're a bit older is not unusual. Okay, so moving on. The final two words for this lesson are for sons and daughters. The word for son is 아들. 아들. Say that with me. 아들. 아들. And the word for daughter is 딸. 딸. Say that with me. 딸. 딸. Great job today. Well done. So today we learned that 가족 means family and 부모 means parents. But we say 부모님 to refer to people's parents. Father in Korean is 아버지 and its casual term is 아빠. Mother in Korean is 어머니, and a lot of young Koreans and some adults call their mothers by the casual term 엄마. And lastly, the word for son is 아들, and the word for daughter is 딸. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll look at the vocabulary related to siblings. I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. In this review practice, there are going to be two speaking practices. In speaking practice 1, you will see the English words of all the words from the lesson appear on the screen together. You will then have 5 seconds to say the Korean word for each English word. After 5 seconds, you can listen to either myself or Mina saying each Korean word. In speaking practice 2, you will see the English words or sentences appear on the screen one at a time. And depending on whether you're saying a word or a sentence, you will have between 3 to 6 seconds to say the Korean words or sentences. After each word or sentence, you can listen to either myself or Mina say the Korean words or sentences. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start speaking practice 1.
가족, 가족.
부모, 부모.
부모님, 부모님.
아버지, 아버지.
아빠, 아빠.
어머니, 어머니.
엄마, 엄마.
딸, 딸. 아들, 아들. 아버지, 아버지. 부모, 부모. 딸, 딸. 어머니, 어머니.
가족, 가족. 아빠, 아빠.
아들, 아들.
엄마, 엄마. 부모님, 부모님.
Hello there! Now, in this lesson, we're going to learn important vocabulary related to siblings. So let's get into it. In Korean, the vocabulary we use to refer to older brothers and older sisters is different depending on whether you're a man or a woman. First, if you're a man, the older brother is called 형, 형, and the older sister is called 누나, 누나. Let's say these words together. Repeat after me. 형, 형, 누나, 누나. That was great. Now, if you're a woman, the older brother is called 오빠, 오빠, and the older sister is called 언니, 언니. Let's say these words together. Repeat after me. 오빠, 오빠, 언니, 언니. Now, in Korean, when we address our older siblings, we never ever call them by their name. We actually use these words to address them. So when I talk to my older brother, I don't call him by his name, but I call him by saying 형, 형. It's extremely disrespectful to call your older siblings by their name, so Koreans will never ever do that. However, older siblings can call their younger siblings by their name. Okay, so the next word is for younger siblings, and all younger siblings are called 동생, 동생. Say that with me. 동생, 동생. That was great. Now, to refer to younger brothers, we say 남동생, 남동생. Nam comes from Chinese and it means man. And if you didn't know already, Korean word for man is 남자, 남자. Okay, so let's practice saying younger brother. 남동생. Repeat after me. 남동생, 남동생. Okay, now the Korean word for woman is 여자, 여자. So following the same pattern as 남자, to refer to younger sisters, we say 여동생, 여동생. 여 means woman. Let's practice saying 여동생 together. Repeat after me. 여동생, 여동생. That was great, well done. One last point regarding all these words that refer to siblings is that we can actually use all these words to anyone who's older and younger than us. So if I meet someone who's a couple of years older than me and we become close, then I'll call him 형. And if the other person is younger, then I can refer to that person as 동생. So because of the way these words are used, there are times when we need to clarify whether someone is my actual brother or sister. And in order to do that, we use the word 친 in front of these words. So we say 친형, 친형. Notice the way the here sound in the second syllable disappears. The nian in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable. So in fast speech, it's 친형, 친형. After that, we have 친누나, 친누나. Then we have 친오빠, 친오빠. And again, the connected speech means that the nian in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable as the second syllable begins with an iung. Then we have 친언니, 친언니. And again, the nian in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable because the second syllable begins with an iung. And lastly, we have 친동생, 친동생. It's important to note that we only use the word 친 when we need to explain and clarify whether someone is my actual brother or sister. So we never ever address our brothers and sisters by saying things like 친형 or 친오빠. We just call them 형 or 오빠. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned that men call their older brothers 형 and older sisters 누나. Women call their older brothers 오빠 and older sisters 언니. And all younger siblings are called 동생, but younger brothers are called 남동생, and younger sisters are called 여동생. Lastly, to explain that someone is my actual sibling, we use the word 친 in front of these nouns that refer to our siblings. Great, that's it for today. In the next lesson, we'll look at vocabulary for our extended family. See you then. 형, 형.
누나, 누나. 오빠, 오빠.
언니, 언니.
동생, 동생. 남동생, 남동생.
여동생, 여동생. 친, 친.
동생, 동생.
여동생, 여동생. 형, 형.
오빠, 오빠.
친, 친.
누나, 누나.
언니, 언니.
남동생, 남동생.
Hi everybody, so in this lesson we're going to learn words related to the extended family. So let's begin. First, in Korean, to refer to the father's side of the family, we use the word 친. And to refer to the mother's side, we use the word 왜. These words are useful when making a distinction between relatives from two sides of the family, so we'll come back to these words a little later. Now the first word for this lesson is the word for grandparents, and this is 조부모님. 조부모님. Let's say this word together. Repeat after me. 조부모님. 조부모님. Now, we learned earlier that 부모님 means parents, and the syllable 조 comes from Chinese and it means ancestors or grandparents. However, this word for grandparents is quite formal and it's rarely used in everyday speech. And when referring to grandparents, it's more common to use the words for grandfather and grandmother. So let's look at those words. The word for grandfather is 할아버지. 할아버지. Notice how the first two syllables link. So it's not 할아버지, it's 할아버지. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 할아버지, 할아버지. Now, it does look like we've just added 할 to the word that means father. So you might be wondering what 할 means, but really it doesn't mean anything other than to indicate this noun as grandfather. The word for grandmother is similar to 할아버지, and it's 할머니. 할머니. For grandmother, we don't just add 할 in front of the word that means mother, which is 어머니. Instead, it's 할머니. 할머니. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 할머니. 할머니. Now, sometimes we have to make a distinction as to which grandmother and grandfather we're referring to. So to do that, we use these words 친 and 외. So 친할아버지 and 친할머니 are grandparents on the father's side, and 외할아버지 and 외할머니 are grandparents on the mother's side. Okay, so if we move on down in the family tree, the next word is uncle, and it's 삼촌. 삼촌. Let's say that with me. 삼촌. 삼촌. But in fast speech, this can sound more like 삼촌 than 삼촌. It sounds like this. 삼촌. 삼촌. Now, similar to grandparents, to differentiate the uncles from the mother's side and the father's side, we can also say 친삼촌 and 외삼촌. Okay, so moving on. Next, we have aunts, and these are different for the father's side and the mother's side. Aunts on the father's side are 고모, 고모. Say that with me. 고모, 고모. That was great. And the aunts on the mother's side are 이모, 이모. Say that with me. 이모, 이모. That was great. Well done. Next, we have relatives who are of the same level as us, and they are cousins. Cousins in Korean are 사촌, 사촌. Say that with me. 사촌, 사촌. Now, to refer to older and younger cousins, we can use the words we learned for siblings. So if you're a man, you can say 사촌형 and 사촌 누나. And if you're a woman, you can say 사촌 오빠 and 사촌 언니. Now, do you remember the word for younger siblings? It is, yes, it's 동생. So younger cousins are called 사촌 동생. 사촌 동생. The final word in the extended family in Korean is for nephews and nieces. In Korean, there is one word for both nephews and nieces, and it's 조카. 조카. Let's say that together. 조카. 조카. Great job today, well done. So today we learned that 친 refers to the father's side of the family and 외 refers to the mother's side of the family. And we can use these words in front of other family titles to say which side of the family they're from. The word for grandparents is 조부모님, and grandfather is 할아버지, and grandmother is 할머니. Uncle is 삼촌, and aunt is 고모 for the father's side, and 이모 for the mother's side. Cousin in Korean is 사촌, and we can use the words for siblings after 사촌 to refer to older and younger cousins. Finally, both nephews and nieces are 조카. So today's lesson was about our extended family. In the next lesson, we're going to look at vocabulary for clothes. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye. 친, 친. 왜, 왜.
조부모님, 조부모님. 할아버지, 할아버지.
할머니, 할머니. 삼촌, 삼촌. 고모, 고모.
이모, 이모. 사촌, 사촌.
조카, 조카.
조부모님, 조부모님. 사촌, 사촌. 이모, 이모.
조카, 조카. 고모, 고모. 할머니, 할머니. 친, 친. 왜, 왜. 삼촌, 삼촌.
할아버지, 할아버지.
친할머니, 친할머니.
친할아버지, 친할아버지. 외삼촌, 외삼촌.
외할머니, 외할머니.